on great wins, and now they're looking to push forward here to see if they could get the match on top of GG.
You've got it. It is the veteran champs versus the current champs, and the
What's
BTK
up, chat?
2.0 versus BTK 3.0.
We're live here.
Simply. So let's take a refresher at our playoffs bracket to really understand how the playoff stage takes off. So
who's ready for the NACT today?
Same rosters in
I've been so
season,
busy
but
freaking getting these teams together.
Moment where somebody is going home. Today
Good old
is
playoffs. What's up? What's up? What's up with it? What's going on?
And the best out of threes is gonna come when tomorrow's matches, and somebody is going to go home in the lowest bracket. The detailed bracket is as shown on the screen, reflecting the team's regular season standings. GG and BTK had top standings of the regular season, which makes them have
day 33
easier bracket coming in last weekend. But things are shaking up this weekend, and only 2 teams in the end will advance to the offline grand finals that you just mentioned will be in Las Vegas coming in at May. I mean, that's something that I'm super excited about, just to watch the matches.
Yeah. Yeah, NACT returns to Las Vegas. I mean, we've had some of the most memorable matches, and especially in that location was the most memorable, where BTK against all odds.
Hey, yo, can you guys jump on cams?
In the
Dave's asking for
arena, so yeah.
Thank you.
The Long Beach one was actually quite eventful for me too. I know when they did have it in Vegas.
Yo, what up,
like
Brits?
Like a little gathering, a little watch party, and I know we had a.
When do you? I don't think many people have ever seen me in a hoodie.
And reverse sweep there, so
I'm actually putting clothes on, chat. You gotta pay for me to take them off.
To come across and visit, because you know I was watching some of the vlogs from back then. You guys had a great time.
3 people on our team to be on cam, including
they said that only 3 could, or 2 could.
Venue, the people, and everything, and it's
attempt to try to pressure them.
Coming together. So let's take a look at the prize pool of what our players.
Yeah. Let me go see. Hey, Dave wants 3 on cam.
Are waiting our players.
He said it must happen.
$10,000 cash prize, and we've mentioned this before. This season we also have $100 bonus for each win and a seasonal additional.
Dave said ISO, but you know.
For the GOAT of the season.
The fuck?
I think.
I want to focus, G. I don't want to count today.
Will represent
North
America heading into the MSC, which is in the Esports World Cup, hyping up to be one of the biggest Esports events in a very while.
05.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much. Just the hype around MSC. We've been seeing it kind of ripple through North America. All of these, how much practice they've gotten in. This has been, for me, the most competitive.
They're complaining because they said they want to focus. They don't really want to worry about what people look and see them like.
I can't even. I think
I'm trying.
Of predictions right now, just because of all of the surprises that all of these teams have brought. I think we're both down there hand in hand at the bottom of the predictions here, but that just shows you how surprising it's been here.
How can you hear the players
with a lot of these teams?
I see 2.
Yeah, no, I mean a lot of these teams, they
how's that even possible?
It really does show that they're preparing a lot. They're doing their homework, and especially with like a lot of the new coaches that are coming in. I know we have Midnight from the PH area coming in to help out.
Oh, can you not hear him now?
Has some coaches too, so a lot of resources have been used for these teams to prepare to get onto, you know, the biggest stage in North America and to get on this biggest stage of the world, and to be able to
hopefully I don't think you can hear him now.
Class bracket. And
fucking,
you know, all these teams.
There's too many damn audio sources on
it's been quite off
on here.
For me, you know, it's quite 50-50.
Oh well.
So
Dave's going to talk to him anyways.
Will come out on
now it's muted. Yeah. There was like an extra audio source that I've never even seen on OBS right here.
And also the biggest stage and the
like
biggest
this was not here before, and it's not even named correctly.
Gotta be something that you're.
I feel like OBS set me up.
We're jumping too ahead of ourselves because today's matches is going to be some of the most exciting matches of this season. So let's take a look at the first series of the night: Area 77 versus GG. Yes, I'm assuming now we talked about the bracket the roster coming in for GG, we have the usual, the 5 guys, the 5 boys who's always here. Nothing has changed about their roster, and interestingly enough, for Area 77, nothing really changed as well.
Right.
So we have 2 teams who are
I got it taken care of
with their lineup. 5 Musketeers standing here. Shark Ziyahoon, best player.
Nothing on my computer's ever the same because I'm doing so many damn, like I'm doing the mass tournament production, then I'm doing this and that and leap
in their respective positions here in North America. They perform, and not just, I want to say, isolated in their own lane, but the synergy, their rotations. We're talking about guys who've been playing together for about 2 years now, and they show that.
Like and subscribe.
When they're in their matches. So, and that's something that definitely needs to be watched out by their opponents, especially here by Area 77, if they're hoping to be successful.
Yeah, no, I mean, A77 is up against a full team of veterans that have performed well, has kind of like the experience backed up by it, has the placements that are backed up by it. These guys, you know, it is the 1s and 2s of each of the roles, and it's the all-star team, but this is going to be a 5-man team, right, Private? So like,
what up,
even if
CC?
these guys are in their respective roles, they do have to be able to have the synergy, have the strategies, have the patience to be able to take the game onto the next level and to find the victory, especially in, you know, a tight series like this here.
Exactly. I mean, it's to find the strategy, find the synergy. We saw GG play against Area 77 in their brother season, and they had a pretty hard match against A77, even though they took the series home, right? So let's see if that's going to happen again today. Now, we might expect some roster just adjustments within the team for Area 77. So let's see if today Mark Cutie can come from his work to the lineup. Yes, we have Mark Cutie, J Cutie, ISO, Tarzan, and Ureshi. Now, this season, the only shakeout that we saw with Area 77's roster is between Mar and their sub, right? But for GG, we don't even have a sub or a coach. So that's something that, do you guys think is going to cost GG and towards the long run?
Well, I mean, GG have shown that even sans a coach, they are just some remarkable players. But, I mean, everybody knows the story of GG because they've been dominating for so long in North America. Area 77, though, I mean, we're talking about Ureshi, who has just been this, I want to say, dominating force on the team. And even in the background, I want to talk a little bit, shine some light on, I believe, Sir Rose, who's been doing the drafting for Area 77, which I feel like has had like just a monumental effect on how how positive and confident that Area 77 has been going into a lot of these matches. And I feel like that's going to be the ultimate question with GG without somebody exterior doing the drafting for them, and how will that stack up against a team like Area 77 that I feel like is just as skilled, just as talented, but with somebody else there on the outside that can maybe see some things from the outside on these drafts and maybe apply that to some of these games.
Player cameras.
You talked about Rose earlier, and Rose is a guy, especially in North America. He's been in a lot of professional scenes. He's been in a lot of the great teams in North America. Played well, and you know, during his times that he was playing, he had one of the most like highest numbers of Supreme titles in North America. Multi-role player, Roam, XP, anything you could give it to him, he has it in his arsenal. And you know, now that he is on the coaching position for A77, paired up with Smiling, right? Like, this is like a very good 1-2 punch for the side of A77 to have like this backbone that they could rely on, this you know, 6-man that they could find out a sense of direction. So, you know, a lot of like the mediators, like a lot of the scuffles that
I think GG is a better team in terms of the experience.
On the other hand, GG, you know, an all-star lineup. You say they don't have a coach, but they definitely have people outside helping them out. It may not be on the official roster, but just from their performance, how they do their homework, they are still like relatively on track in terms of just progressing forward, dominating the whole tournament. And I don't think they're gonna let go any little bit of steam, even without a manager or a coach there.
Wow, Yue always bring in some outsider or insider information that we don't know about. That's the value that you bring to the table. Ex-pro player Yue, the man who's always, you know, and everywhere, and the man whose predictions have actually been on top of his game this season. So let's take a look at the predictions coming in for this match.
Oh, it's spicy. Oh, it's gonna be spicy.
Are they? They should be.
Okay, so I actually have the odd ones out here. So let me do an interview. Let's start with Yue, because this season I saw so many comments saying how Yue is voting for the underdogs. I'm like, no, he's not. He's not voting for any underdog except for Fiends. This man is here to win. So Yue,
hopefully he's not taking a shower.
why are you voting for Area 77 versus GG? Do you actually believe this is, you know, it could go to your way?
I think GG is a better team in terms of the experience, and in terms of the standings, they definitely are. But A77 with the momentum coming in, and especially how close they had, I was casting the match between these two teams. A77 literally had it. They were standing on top of their base, and I do think this time around, with a little bit more homework and a little bit more, you know, things on the line, I do think they can prevail, get this upset, and get the win in the upper brackets this time around. Private.
The way I'm looking at it, I'm like, sure, if you want to compare things like stats, experience, or overall live stage talent, yeah, you can give it to Gaimin Gladiators. But I'm voting with my heart this time, because way back in the first NACT, it was Area 77 that came away with the victory, and Area 77 that was looked at to be the team that would ultimately dethrone BTK. That seems so long ago, but it's been since then. I have not seen a team, an Area 77, as strong as I've seen this season. And I feel like this match could go one of two ways. And I'm gonna do something crazy here. I'm gonna quote Chicken, but Chicken has been talking about how Area 77 has been the team that has given them the most problems in scrims. It's just
they're all in the lobby now. They're all in the lobby now.
Playoffs. I feel like if we can get that team that Chicken has seen in the scrims, that top tier with the top tier banning, the top tier playing, and rotations, we could have ourselves a 5-game match here that goes all the way.
I mean, I agree with you guys. I mean, looking at the prediction score right now, I don't know why they showed this, but it seems like I'm not on top of my game this season, so I guess if you are GG, you probably
is in the VC?
not voting for you, because it seems like I am the caster's curse this season. But yeah, I think voting for GG is voting for the strongest team who's dominated recently. But Area 77, the ages where they shine, where they took the throne, I was there. I was playing ranked a lot, and then I always see them as a top 5 man. It's the undefeated champs. So definitely this season we're seeing that coming back.
Can't hear you.
And also I want to point out how there are 2 imports coming in from Area 77, and we know how strong teams are with the Filipino imports. That's just how Mobile Legends tournaments have been. So not only do they have the imports, they have a full Filipino
what is going on in your background,
who speak the same language. They also have people who are drafting for them. So that's something we have to consider with how strong A77 is, as long as they put in the practice, they put in the hours.
Sounds like you got a cult going on in the background.
Right.
There's a lot more to it than, you know, just the stats, right? There's the heart, there's the friendships, there's the, you know, the whole like organization culture from A77. I've had a good conversation with Smiling with some of the managers. Like, everyone over there is so friendly. They, you know, it is a real family. Now A77's A77 family, right? And they have a good group of roster, good group of players that they can pull from. That's why we have people like, you know, Jules QT coming in from MAR. We have plenty of new rosters coming in. Like, A77 has such a wide, you know, variety of things that they can, you know, push up and get the best of the best value.
The next giveaway be on the 30th.
You know, it's a very, very strong and convincing.
Why am I not casting?
Like,
I do.
Definitely.
I don't cast in the NACT. I do management.
How it stacks up here. Especially Area 77.
GG or Area 77. Hot take today, chat. I'm voting for Area 77 here.
Was it
hot take?
California.
Hot take.
They were just a friendly.
I'm following in the goat's path
to be there, doing something that they love.
Why do sometimes see that? It's not the real CW.
It has just shown, especially because they usually keep the same roster. They're having fun
CW
with
is just short for Cold World.
They've been very competitive with it, not more so than they've been this season. And I just really feel like
hot take.
The growth.
Yeah,
that I've seen
hot
from
take,
them
man.
has
Hot
just
take.
been immense, especially because there was just so long that we had, I want to say, almost forgotten.
Area 77 wins.
They had just kind of fallen to the wayside, and it took them time to kind of regroup and find that momentum again. But here we are, the top 4 in North America, ready to go off. And
that's over here for GG.
Yes, ready
always
to go off. And I was there the moment that they formed the team, actually. Like, I was
70-30, okay.
During the time
70 GG.
77 was formed, and I think starting from 2-3 months.
I feel like if Area 77 can somehow outdraft GG,
so,
it could be a strong possibility Area 77 wins those games.
For watching.
But
stuck with us.
The likelihood GG allows themselves to get outdrafted is probably really low.
Now, so if you're the early birds coming in today, you are lucky. We have
DA. We haven't scrimmed DA a lot, but if I'm because we faced them in the mass tournament.
So make sure you redeem the code for a chance to win one of these permanent skins.
They got who?
Someone got a whole
easy and what was it?
Back
yeah, Joey Bosch, yeah, sure.
Multiple devices.
I mean, we'll see. It's all gonna be dependent on if my team BTK brings it through.
Make sure to go.
I'm voting on them though.
Your phones, get the codes in, get the QR code in, and make
we'll
sure
see.
to.
I don't know how. I know DA's been scrimming you guys a lot, so they've had. They've had a good scrim partner.
We've talked about it before. The best skins are free skins.
You didn't know that?
Mobile Legends actually been
pushing the
envelope when it comes to the skins. I think we were just talking about
where are you on this spectrum?
A lot of skins on the way, especially those King of Fighters skins coming out soon that a lot of us are excited about as well.
Super excited. I used to buy so many skins, so many diamonds spent for Moonton. So, well, first match.
Oh shit, are we
starting? So. Which
I gotta speed up. I gotta speed up.
I can tell you how excited I am about this. We've been talking about it, especially right
Super
now.
yappers engage.
Understand the meta, understand drafting, and in a point right now in the meta where there are just so many games. I talked about it before. No matter who you ban here, there are still gonna be some super strong and game-changing.
Who is we? What were we talking about? Let me know if I missed anything good. I'll let you know, Ritz.
Things that are coming into the meta that's like almost game-breaking if played correctly. I'm sure a lot of people have seen kind of the chip in action once in a while. Hopefully we get to see some of that today, but Chip hasn't been as consistent and as abusive as this new combination, this Louis and Arlott. And the bans are on the table here. The Valentina has been taken out. So has
oh shit, why is this thing still on the screen?
So a lot of the utility are still available. A lot of the bully laners, especially like the Roger, the Ruby, the Arlotts, the Flex, are all available for both of these teams.
I said we didn't scrim a team?
Really open these days.
I don't remember that.
The bans are on the table. The Fairness gets taken out here. There's still so many picks available for both teams to
oh yeah, we never scrimmed DA.
For them to be able to get these games. And
a lot of you guys, I don't know if you guys know, but I've been managing BTK. So.
Yeah, for me, it's a game of pick your poison.
So when I mean we, I mean BTK.
Where just people are just so lethal. We see that right now, best player. We're gonna go ahead and hone in on him. We're gonna take off the joy from him because he's just so mechanical.
Arlott, the Valentina, the CC.
Already, there's a lot of the utilities still left out there.
Aramis and Joy,
who have been such game-changing
best player targeted.
For a lot
and
of
then
you
got Yoreshi being double target, and then Mar also being targeted.
And then my favorite right now has been the Masha, which has had a huge role, especially when it comes to that.
Yo, the chat's hot.
Able to close the distance on a lot of those squishier heroes for those fights. So this could be going anywhere.
Chat's
still
hot.
On the board, I want to say probably the most dangerous when it comes to like the supports. Matilda's still out there. Masha's still out there. Oh man, there's so much. Roger's still good. It just really is exciting for me, not just because of the teams playing each other, but because of the mixing and matching that can be done with a lot of these compositions.
You want to say Nighthorde in the grand finals?
Now with the bans,
might be smoking something.
Nolan gets taken out by the side of A77 to secure the last.
Damn, they left that open.
I think Masha
that's crazy.
Could be a potential if Shark wants to go for that. Things like the Fredrin or the Boxia, the Barats that are available. Those are great first picks that don't take away from anything too much. They could honestly opt for a Flex Roger that could be potential. Or, you know, even the GG strat that they like to go that Ruby, quite
no more
early,
memberships,
and both Shark are
what does that even mean?
Especially with the I'm Offended. But they do opt to go for the Fredrin, especially compared to, let's say, the Boxia and the Barats. Very good retro, right? Especially with the first skill cast with the retro. I believe it is going to be the highest damage out of those 3. So in terms
that's
of
wild that they left the Matilda
he's
open.
Going to be completely great, and that's not even including the CC kit, the dashes that he has, and even with the explosive.
Yeah, it's like a 50-50 trade right there.
He could come through now. A77 with
they
picks.
didn't.
I do think Lu Yi could be a good potential. Matilda is also available, does get picked up here. They could opt to go for, you know, even a Roger or
I was thinking the
Natan
same thing
early on, or pick up the first mage and, you know, try to see how GG dances against the comp that they have here.
Yeah, like look at that. I mean, this is Barats and Matilda.
There's been some videos out on YouTube about people trying to see that. Even Filipinos. I
gotta get to my highlights so I can start marking this down, because I think the combos are gonna go nuts right now.
But right now, tanking the ability to stand on those objectives, to just go into the fight and to try to wait for that great opportunity for the retribution, it reigns supreme right now. So now you're gonna have a Barats, especially on the side for Area 77. They're able to counter in with the Barats and the Matilda, and we talked about it before. Flask of the Oasis now has made some game changers for a lot of these supports, especially for Matilda, who's be able to use that guiding wind to add the shield, and then with the Flask of Oasis, you're going to have even more shield for your entire team. Not to mention the mobility that she provides.
True. Minnows are
so both teams
a really good counter to
the Flask of Oasis
that combo, and then they got the Vexana, and they bound the Valentina, so, and the Faramis is banned, so,
especially after the Faramis being
I mean, look at Lo Yi.
It's still available. That is the potential, but Mark QT with Lu Yi. Now, Mark QT has been
literally as soon as I said it, it came out.
Has taken this Lu Yi early on in the season, right? You know, there wasn't much talk about using the divergence, but Mark QT definitely has been handling this. Another mage that comes into mind is going to be Nicolette, right? So, you know, Mark QT,
I was about to say, I think it's a strategy.
Very
they definitely got something.
Phase bans
they're whipping up
the table soon. XPs are needed for both teams, and also the marksmen. So
I hooked it up for you, Sherry.
The Roger, the Natan, Carry, Claude. Those are strong picks, and there's only 4 bans on the table. It's very hard to go against that. You also got something like the Export to deal with the tanky lineup that both GG and A77 are looking to set up. And there's also like that new element of like maybe a Paquito, a Yuzong, a Terizla. You know, lots of things are available, but no, Brody and Harith gets taken out. That's 2 early game marksmen off the table already.
Where do they walk here? I mean, the carry's still available. GG's going to be able to pick next, right? So
you've taken off, I want to say, one of the strongest counters.
Carry, Harith. I mean, Carry's probably going to get banned.
To go back to this last pick for Area 77, the Lu Yi, especially with how strong. I want to say I haven't seen much of Mark QT lately, especially on the Lu Yi, but if it's anything like what we've been seeing lately from him or on the world scale, Lu Yi has just become so.
GG lose, then will GG be out? No.
And
there's a lower bracket.
Weakness right now is her mobility. You pair that up with
tomorrow. 4 teams go home though. 4 teams tomorrow get knocked out of the NACT.
Get you around the map, and then the mobility, not only that she provides with the diversion,
Raul,
but the
you're
mobility
crazy.
That she's gonna have with a Matilda that's gonna be able to get her out of harm's way, or even help with a lot of the repositioning during a lot of these fights. We're moving into the last bands. It looks like Benedetta and Ixia.
Gee, the icon bit.
So this Benedetta pick from Yurashi is actually quite interesting. I know Fry definitely has it in his picks also, but Yurashi has been such a strong.
Do they pull out the Terizla? I feel like the Terizla could be another good option.
You know, together
for GG.
More. Now, Masha,
they're just going to be ganking up. The first person to be able to jump on Mar is going to be the.
You know, you talked about the Lu Yi
best,
and it's very interesting.
YZ.
You know, with the Divergent ultimate, there's no damage on that.
There's a lot of options,
especially early on. Like, you know, you have heroes like Vexana, like Eve, Farsa, big ultimates, big range. But then you got a hero like Lu Yi coming in, and it's just a little bit different. But you know, now with the Divergent kind of being a very
do they do they flex the brats into the EXP?
The rotation, it definitely works really well.
That'd be fucking crazy.
You know, it opens up the skill ceiling of the hero. It's almost unlimited at this point on how creative you can use with the Divergent. But now A77
I don't know, man.
do lock in this Roger with the Harith and the Brody off on the board. It is a very, very strong gold lane pick.
Very interesting picks here. Though Roger's going to blend well, especially he has the Lycan Pounce, which he can basically dive underneath a lot of abilities and CC to close the distance on an Irithel, close the distance on a Vexana there. But I mean, in answer to that, Fly Chicken picking up the Paquito, that's an immense amount of damage at level 4. So you're going to really have to be careful about your placement, especially Mark Cutie on this Lu Yi. She's very susceptible to a lot of that damage. If he can close the distance, if maybe they miss time.
How you doing? I'm doing good, man.
From the Matilda, I mean, he's going to be able to eat them.
I'm still not sure about this Roger.
A great kiting
and this
ability, and then a lot of burst down. I want to say, a more squared away draft from GG.
Yo,
and a lot of mobility coming in from Area 77.
Okay, so
head there for that last pick there, Yui.
I honestly thought A77 would have to set up for a little bit more of a frontline CC, something like a Tarish,
that's a lot of fucking tanks.
Paired up with the Matilda and the Louis. Those are some front lines that are a little bit.
That's a lot of fucking tanks.
No, they do decide to go for this flex Barat and the XP. It's been quite popularized, especially in Asia. We've seen
chat. Who do you guys think won the draft? Who do you like better?
It's definitely going to be a pretty good matchup, and especially since he did see the being picked up.
Ashura.
Like, yeah, I think I could take this.
Damn, Area 77, clever. They pulled the rabbit out of a hat right there.
Lines coming in, and you know the Boxia. It's been kind of a rare pick in North America. Not so much these days, but
Area 77, weird draft, but
even like first pickable. So it is a great.
I would have been better.
Definitely going to be very utility focused for both of these teams, and you know both the drafts have been looking very.
I don't think I've ever seen this combo before.
It's going to be very hard to decide.
I mean, not in NA.
Has advantage, especially early on here, private.
Yeah, you kind of lack the same potential from a Boxia, but you make up for.
Oh yeah. But I'm talking about like Brat's Brat's XP and the Boxia jungle and paired with a Matilda. Like that's kind of crazy comp.
Gladiators taking on Area 77, game 1s of our top bracket of the playoffs.
Yeah, so you know, just take a look at some of the emblems. Best player already has this Impure Rage. So he's not going to be able to have kind of that great of a clear, especially compared to, let's say, Concussive Blast, which does a little bit more AoE.
Damn, 72%, 28, Des. The fans think the same. 70-30, 70-30.
Fredrin does so well, right? And we do have a few quantum charges on the side of A77 Matilda with that very, very fast mobility. Emblems look relatively, you know, standard across the board. The Wilderness Blessing on both the roams and even the mages, and of course, you know, a lot of the tanky. But you know, this Fredrin supports emblem. We've seen this actually from A77 last week. This time around,
Area 77 comp looking good. I think it's a wild approach going on right now.
Assassin focus where he's fast on the cooldowns, has the high burst from the Impure Rage. But you know, he's probably gonna lead up to something like a Brute Force for some more mobility, more damage, and just a little bit more kind of like brawl momentum early on.
Ooh, I was about to say a little. Tarzan saw the trio of gaming gladiators that's been so lethal for a lot of teams. The rotations by them have been instrumental.
I'm guessing they didn't want to fight before the turtle would be in it like 9 seconds up.
I thought about that minion, but already Area 77 pressing their advantage.
It's all about strategically controlling the turtle pit
a little bit to try to refuse a little bit of that jungle, but coming up on the game's first turtle.
Poking and probbing, you know, pretty
honestly,
well.
The Boxia pick at the very end. Boxia typically likes to, you know, deny at least 1 or 2 minions.
Yeah,
for that though.
The damage.
Jake Cutie took a
Shark
damage from Fly Chicken here.
Shark got retried though. It wasted the retry on him.
Is that going to go ahead and flex out this fight though for the turtle? Jake Cutie very low. Best player tried to chase, but not able to get the handle on it, and we're still fighting at the turtle. Best player.
They're gonna force this. I think they're gonna just buy time.
Resetting this turtle right now.
Yeah, great skirmish coming out from the side of A77.
Return. I mean, if they play it aggressive, they could. Nah, they ain't gonna be able to stop it. Oh, they're gonna fight this though. No way they fight this.
Flicker comes out. Best player able to secure the game's first turtle. JQT does decide not to complete that circling eagle. Goes ahead, creates a little bit of distance, but still trying to get a little bit of vision. Gets caught by Hoon with some CC. Takes
yeah, it was definitely a free turtle.
Damage there and does get out. I want to say right now a kill for Area 77, but objective going over to Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah. And it does seem like, you know, the Minotaur and the Vexana paired with together at level 4, it's a little bit too much for the Louis and the Matilda, right? These two picks are very, very mobility focused, divergent. Second skill on Matilda, very, very fast heroes.
It's not a bad trade. You know, I mean, it's only 300 gold difference.
Kind of just give away the first 2 turtles, get the farms going. You know, Roger has a
he's like he's starved him a bit.
When he gets kind of like that 8-minute power spike when you have 2 items, they're gonna be dealing a lot of damage. So maybe just waiting until the second or even the 3rd turtle to look for an engagement might be the strategy that A77 has. On the other hand, Gaimin Gladiators definitely looking for that bully ball shark early on already. You know, even though dying early on and trading that flicker early, they were still able to secure that objective with pretty much no problem at all.
Yeah, it felt like
Carlos and Hoon are in the same room.
Eagle around, gets himself to safety. Best player not going to be able to complete that, as it does look like. I mean, right now, a lot of I want to say safe.
You got like Hoon's head in the way.
Oh my God, Mark Cutie! As I say that, underneath the tower, Gaimin Gladiators able to find a kill onto Mark Cutie.
That was a good take by best player right there.
I'm a little bit worried about the side of A77's draft, just because the fact that one, they didn't get the aggressive turtle early on, and with
the boy said, "I don't need no headphones."
Lane, he's able to kind of just bully. Look at this, like he's able to take this lane out by himself.
Yeah. Both Hoon and Carlos are sharing the same camera.
Kind of their
production just split them.
For that.
Do they go in on Shark?
Does catch 2 members. You can see Tarzan getting a good distance. JQT with the circling
eagle. They're gonna 50-50 it.
Left onto this turtle. Shark a little bit.
Chicken trying to come in through the back.
And Frey of Area 77 is
he didn't.
Gets a kill.
Area 77 is gonna pay for it though.
See the appraiser's wrath come down. Yureshi is low. Tarzan trying to create some distance to the safety of his tower. They only take 1 death there, and Gaimin Gladiators another. Oh, actually no, that turtle went.
It was the best jungle in my opinion.
And Gaimin Gladiators.
I feel like there's a lot of good jungles right now.
Yeah, I mean, no, it was a 1-for-1 trade for both teams, both supports left. But the side of A77 were able to get the objective this time around. But going back to kind of what I'm worried about is that they don't really have the CC late game to be able to, you know, kind of.
I guess it all just depends on what you think a best jungle is nowadays, because like the best jungle from
a little bit hard
in the previous series, like NACT, like years ago, is not like the same. Like jungles are very impactful anymore. Like of course they're they get their camps and they get other stuff, but I think it comes down to like who has the better retry.
Yeah, Tarzan came in there,
would be a determination of who's the better jungle. But if you take an analytical approach at this, I feel like
the Gaimin Gladiators mid laner there,
the best jungle isn't even about retries. It's about which team can clear or be aggressive.
Comes in there, is not able to get the retry onto the purple buff. Tarzan still able to secure
it. It's really, I would say it's really hard to narrow it down.
Best player getting very confident.
Yeah, and you know, the side of A77, what I'm worried about is this is Rithel. Not significantly strong early on, but the later the game goes, especially with the mobility that she has, it's going to be quite hard for like short range mages like the Louis or Boxy, where he has to get up and personal. Even the Barats, like it's going to be hard to be able to kind of pin him down and lock him in a position. But JQT getting pinned by himself, pops the Purify, so no Purify available for the next objective for JQT.
Damn. That was a good. That was a good take.
Really hasn't been able to
Whole world of shark.
You can see JQT in a little bit of trouble here. Tarzan coming into the back for the rescue here. Damage being laid on by Mark Cutie with that passive. Best player,
I would say.
He's gonna go ahead and dash himself to safety, but flying chicken into the back lines. Finds himself
I'm not saying.
on to JQT.
Yeah, I mean, Fried Chicken coming out from the backside, able to, zero out JQT in that team fight. There was like, a front fight happening.
This is probably like one of the best matches in the
NACT. Onto the backside, but ISO able to pick up the top tower against Zia.
It did take a tower, but I think ultimately like one tower is not going to be like a huge make it or break it for a team.
Roger going up against the Rithel, just the significant early game that he
Chicken's not able to do as much damage as he used to against Yureshi.
The top tower is great for A77. They have the towers.
Still kind of peeling.
Seeing if they could get.
Ooh, they waited. They didn't take the turtle. They didn't take the turtle so they could get the Lord earlier.
Yeah,
crazy take by the team.
It's right now it's about Area 77 kind of needing to press their advantage here. Shark in a little bit trouble, 50% down. You can see Jay Cutie well in the back lines. They hone in on him.
Oh no, Jay!
In the water. Tarzan coming in for the save onto the back part of best player.
What was he doing?
The kill onto Jay Cutie. The Lord is up, and this actually
that was a huge mistake right there.
You see a lot of CC coming onto.
Why was he so far out of place?
Looking to help out things there. Appraiser's wrath is
Area 77 is gonna get clapped now.
With the Minoan Fury, and Fly Chicken finds another kill as they are chasing down Yureshi.
That was such a bad mistake.
Great use of skills from the side of Gaimin Gladiators, just stacking
wow, that definitely just turned the tide right into GG's favor.
Big, wonky, tough targets, lots of defense, lots of health. And the side of GG able to kind of just rotate with their spells and able to get both of those kills. But before, Shark.
Yeah, you see the Lycan Pounce does go on there now, setting his sights onto Zia, slapping on with that damage.
Are they gonna make him pay?
He was able to
Best player's probably dead.
Now trying to get away. ISO on the hunt, finds himself another kill. So 2 kills for 1 Lord. And they're gonna press some. They're gonna pressure onto this mid tower. So I want to say this is an up.
What the fuck just happened
right now?
That's a most definite up for the side of A77. Although GG was able to get the Lord,
I wouldn't say it's an up for Area 77, but they definitely made up a little bit of the mistake that they did.
Is marching down on the top side. They should be able to get like a small.
Losing mid tower is pretty tough for GG though.
77 already with 2 towers in the
Roger
game.
Gold, don't doubt it. Hey, I got my ass beat by Roger Gold not too long ago.
If they can just drop
that thing was nasty.
That might be a pretty.
It just can tower dive way too good.
Rithel scales.
Are they gonna they're gonna take the bottom tower too from GG? They're just taking as much as they possibly can.
I feel like A77 now is the time if they really want to shine to be able
they need to press this, keep the second tier tower. This is huge. Area 77 is good control over the map.
The scale, especially with that frontline defense, that lockdown CC coming out from the Minnow, from the Fredrin, it's gonna be quite tough for the side of A77 to be able to handle.
Yeah, and I'm kind of noticing a lack of utilization of this diversion. We're really
they're gonna lose the bottom.
Like her maximum potential here, and that's 2 towers down for Area 77. They were able to get
what the fuck happened to the UI?
ISO able to secure that. So I still want to say,
yeah, that's because they were able to take those towers. It was like literally the only reason.
And later, Area 77 is gonna have just a tougher time with these engagements. As I talk about that, Tarzan gets caught. A lot of pop-ups there, 50%, and the guiding win.
Oh, the damage!
On the damage with a lot of that power.
I don't know. They're still going.
Are they going to be able to find him? No. Zia kicks in.
They teleported. They teleported.
To get himself to safety.
Yeah, I mean, the side of A77,
that was an aggressive take by Area 77 there.
Right? The ability to kind of go across maps, defend.
Well, he is online now.
One situations into like a 1v1.
ISO hasn't died yet either, so that's like a huge thing for Area 77.
1K gold has the BOG.
Shark's been dying a lot. It seems like the moment Shark goes down, like the team starts to fall apart.
They like to go for something like a DHS Golden Staff Corrosion. This time around, opting for a little bit more in terms of that burst damage. I think it's quite good. It adds a lot of physical damage that the side of A77 is, quite lacking here. But the gold lead is still very, very close on the both side. This is something we really like to see.
He retried right there. Now his retry is on like 29 second cooldown. Oh my god, Chicken's damage.
Right? It's very macro heavy, and these 2 teams are definitely very strong in terms of the macro sense, the strategies, getting those banana split push, getting those, you know, numbers in advantage. It's just going to be a great
Yeah.
game to watch here.
One thing I noticed
if he goes down to bot, he's going to get taken. But
Shark does not have the flask yet, and they're already able to kind of really hold their own right now. With a lot of
they're about to diversion them too. They're going to diversion them right to the Lord. Yeah, Area 77 might actually have this Lord take right now.
Going to start being happening here for Area 77.
Oh, Yureshi almost flickered in.
Coming there, Yureshi just misses that.
They're gonna zone him out. They're gonna keep. They're gonna look at the pressure on the best player.
He does not. Shark looking for an opportunity. Minoan Fury catches 2 members. Another pop up by Hoon on the side. Tarzan goes in.
Tarzan. Why is he so?
The rest, you can see Mark Cutie does not get away, and best player scoops up his saving grace there. The Lord for the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
The way that GG has set up that team fight is so beautiful. They had Shark kind of in the front side zoning 3 to 4 members, and you had Tarzan, you know, deep into
that was such good control over the map too, and then they fucking whiffed it. Bro, look at this aggressiveness by GG right now.
Yeah, big pop-ups coming, circling Eagle.
They are just going hard. What the fuck?
Cutie back up now, looking to put onto the damage, maybe be able to punish some of the game.
They're just going ham.
Looking for the taunt right now.
What?
Is at the enemy gates. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Does not find a kill there, but Mark Cutie gets killed by fuck? Half health onto this base. First game.
What?
Go to Gaimin Gladiators.
That was crazy.
Wow. What a close coming out from Gaimin Gladiators. 13 minutes, right? This is the second Lord that
shit just like
onto
flip
the
of a
side,
switch.
they were able to kind of just group up, get like 1 or 2 pickoffs here and there, and able to kind of push the victory here. Now it's at a low kill scoring game, but you know,
I thought Tarzan was a little bit too deep. If we
damage is quite high coming out from
like, if we look back at the battle,
you know, high burst drawn out.
What was the Lord like, right?
You're gonna happening here for Area
70.
Like
Yureshi missing that right there.
How these team fights are gonna start
was like the biggest whiff. Bam, like he flickered in, missed best player. If Yureshi would have hit that play, like best player would have been tossed into the forefront of Area 77, and it would have been good.
Because you're gonna have a lot.
And then like I think after that play they stumbled. Let me move my camera out the way. After they made that play, they then wanted to be aggressive. Jay went in. Watch what Tarzan does. Like Tarzan could have probably just stayed at the Lord, but he for some reason wanted to go right onto the Irithel. And then four people started attacking him. Like I don't know who made that call, but that was rough. I mean, he was able to make it out, but now he's low HP, so it's like GG. And then Mark Cutie left alone. And then that was it. One mistake right there.
Minoan Fury's
one mistake
guardian, and then the huge
caused them to lose that Lord fight right there, dude. Like that was crazy.
Going over to Gaimin
if the brats would have hit, it would have been
the exorbitant amount
that would have been a different
Gladiators. Zia, of course, in the gold lane with the high amount of gold, and then of course the assist coming from Shark.
It was close. It was close.
Lane, which was I want to say
it just comes down to which team actually makes the first mistake.
Fly Chicken just
GG didn't make a mistake.
Job with him.
And this is one of the things about picking, like, let's say a Bratz early. Like, if we kind of think back into the draft, we had Gaimin Gladiators open with a Fredrin, and you know, to pick up Bratz right after that, especially with Boxia being available, I think it's a little bit too much for the
I want to actually get
right?
that.
And they were lacking in terms of the CC, in terms of the front lines to be able to stop Zia in his track.
For the side of
when was that?
He does, because you're gonna have a lot right now with a lot of these.
What engages went wrong. 12:31. Hold on, chat. I gotta get these times real quick. 12:31.
These fights, once he gets that flask, you're gonna, I want to say you're gonna start seeing a little bit of happening here for Area.
Oh nope, it was like 12:39 actually. 12:39 to
A77, because you're gonna have a on to Minnow and Fury is able to get himself and best players.
13:06.
That's even though he got his towers down.
You guys know you don't want to listen to the yappers.
Create the impact, get the farms going, and mid to late game, he's still dealing tons of damage on the rotations.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. You called it right from the draft. I felt like maybe
I don't know if I really felt like Chicken gapped your Eshi. I just think there were, again, there was just like a couple mistakes that really turned the tides right there.
That he doesn't really shine.
GG making the call to just go balls to the wall was crazy.
You need to check a lot of boxes, and especially against somebody like Chicken, who's I want to say one of the best in the XP lane right now. And I'm told that we have some clips of that match up there, especially some of those last fight ups that really kind of changed the pace here. You saw Shark getting in there, you talked about it, right in the midst there in front, forcing Gaimin, or not, forcing Area 77 back. They weren't able to come in and protect Tarzan as he went deep into the lines. As soon as they were able to push it in, they do get the Lord, and then it's pretty much game over from there. They're able to push in here. They're a man down, now 2 men down, Lord up at top. It seemed like it was going to be a little bit more of an even game, but the moment that Gaimin Gladiators got the advantage, they kept it. They held on to it.
You said I'll make another excuse.
13 minutes.
Another excuse of what?
For me is
I wasn't making excuses. I was just stating the facts.
I feel like an underutilization of the Lu Yi. You don't really have to be late game to be successful with her diversion, and I feel like we kind of picked Lu Yi because we know she's strong, but we didn't really excel with her, and because there's still things you can do in the early game. I mean,
yeah, some teams really have to like think about the overall like engage, right? Like when you're at that Lord in that situation, like
he's setting up for ganks.
They suspected the best calls since they had the better positioning,
maybe you can find
and that they suspected with the diversion to the Lord that they cleared the bot lanes. So
A77 in that match.
GG wouldn't have enough members to be able to even anticipate to take the Lord, but then GG they attacked back. I feel like that was the biggest thing.
You know, just the last point on the last one.
What about L3?
Felt like the side of A77 lacked a little bit in 2 departments. From where I see it, one is going to be the frontline CC to be able to hold it down, especially going up against the Rithel. The side of A77 had that last pick to be able to kind of lock down the very last, the Rithel, and they were just kind of unable to do so. They opted to go for a flex pick, and with the Boxia pick, they didn't really get that early.
It's anybody's game at this point.
See, Tarzan trying to go all over the place, trying to get that last minion, but it ended up just being kind of 50-50 around the turtle. That's number 1. And number 2, I felt like they kind of lacked in terms of the clear departments. They didn't have that late game minion managing to be able to kind of shove the waves, because, quite honestly, the side of GG, they walked down mid. They put all their members underneath the mid tower, was able to get a team fight started, was able to push that tower, go onto the top side, rinse and repeat, and have enough utility to be able to sustain and push through all the way to the base. And A77,
calm down, Dice.
No chance.
You're crazy.
Just clearing those small minions, right? Things like Novaria, Claude, Carry. Definitely can bring in a little bit more in terms
you
of
got like a piano in the background.
I want to see A77 be able to do in this draft.
All right, hold on.
In a little bit more CC.
Like that.
Maybe question some of the flex picks that are maybe
your Nate, dude, they are getting litty over there.
No need
what
to
the
take
fuck?
Or,
I'm telling you.
Maybe go for something like the Natan.
Did you? That is crazy.
It seems like A77 have a good early game strategy where they can use something that's a little bit more weaker, a little more glass cannon that has so much AoE damage, and especially at the 10k gold, a 10k Natan versus 10k Roger, huge difference.
They banned Minnow and Lo Yi. Yeah, they don't want the Lo Yi.
Front side with the Entropy teleport. That's huge.
That's crazy
so
that they
opening with the Fredrin.
They followed it back up with the first pick, Fred.
The same exact thing that GG does. And hey,
does
man,
GG get the Matilda?
Pick. The response coming through. Something I think a Natan early pickup could be potential.
Hell, bro?
Shark goes for the Matilda this time around.
Why is there so many animals in my room?
Here's the scary thing is, and I was
the
talking about this before, is that there's so many strong picks out there that you're gonna leave something open with it. Shark, even all the way back in M3, has had just one of the most disgusting and vulgar Matildas I've ever seen in games. And this is exactly, it's almost akin to what you were talking about before with a lot of that mobility that you get. You wanted to see the Lu Yi and the R-Lot, but we're gonna get a mix of the Matilda and the R-Lot. You're gonna be able to reposition him around there. He's very strong, a lot of tools in him to get that setting potential. And then on the side of Area 77, looks like we're gonna pick up the Heroth, kind of wanting to precede that potential Roger pick from Gaimin, Gladiators, and the Valentina. I mean, I want to say, like, you got a list of ultimates right now on the side of Gaimin, Gladiators that you can pick from. You got the Final Slash, potentially the Circling Eagle. I want to say mostly the Final Slash, though, because I feel like the Circling Eagle could potentially put Marcuti in harm's way more than it would actually benefit the team.
Yeah, so I saw in this Heroth, it's almost like it's kind of like a personality pick for the side of ISO. Like, he has been doing really well with the Heroth pick. I know there's plenty of opportunities, like especially back then on BTK, Heroth and 1-1. Those are the two picks that ISO loves to go for. Marcuti on this Valentina, a little bit early for me. I think there is still a lot of solid options available, especially things like the Navaria with the fast clear speed. But there's only a handful of players that like to prioritize the Valentina, and especially if they're proficient on it and make the impact. They see the Final Slash, they're like, hey, Flicker Final Slash, something I've done countless of times. I would love that pick, right? And Marcuti is definitely one of them. But a pick that we have not seen quite a bit private is going to be this Guinevere that gets locked in for best player. And with the Matilda available, this pretty much is set in stone for the jungle pick, I'm assuming, right?
Oh yeah, especially R-Lot Matilda out there. I mean, this is going to be a jungle one, and I'm just actually, I don't know what you go here. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to go with a tankier Gwen pick there, so he's going to have the CC of that Violet Requiem more so than you're going to be looking at the damage that you get.
Yeah, I've still been car searching for crazy.
It's going to have the same effect. You're going to be tanky, you're going to be able to hang out.
Can't ever find a car.
And, turtle pits to kind of contest a lot of those objectives here, and then yeah, just CC. Raw CC coming from them right now with a lot of their picks. The same thing with Area 77, sans the Heroth pickup. Valentina's got a little bit of CC. Fredrin's just a walking taunt for the enemy, but it's definitely going to be something I definitely want to see if we're going to prioritize maybe a frontliner for the side of Area 77. It's something that they lacked out in the last game, which Gaimin Gladiators were absolutely able to take advantage of.
So here's the thing that is lacking, though, is a lot of physical damage. A lot of the times Heroth loves to be paired up with something like a Natan, very physical heavy. Now the Natan has been banned out in the first phase. Things like Paquito, Lapu Lapu full damage, or even a Benedetta that was banned out in the first game that was available this time around, brings in a lot of physical damage that A77 is lacking. Now the side of GG, yes, they're kind of on a similar spot here.
Those people over there are jamming, Des. What the fuck?
Damage and a lot of lane
is it like a block party or what's going on over there?
Very hard, but I am so excited for this Raphael. I've been waiting for this.
What time is it where you're at?
Traditionally,
it's like 5:30, right?
Not a support that's uncounterable.
Oh shit, 6?
Things like Lolita, Matilda, even things like Estes and Florin work really well against
what is this
the
draft?
Sustain, the reap, the reactive play that Matilda kind of needs. And now with the Raphael, you're going to be able to see kind of this mid lane strategy where Matilda uses first skill, Raphael slows him down, gets out of the range, gets a few auto attacks in.
Dude, best player's about to eat them alive.
So in favor of the hands of Raphael. I love A77's draft here, especially paired up with a nice Benedetta for that split push. And GG here finalized their draft from the Exia pick.
Yeah, very interesting here, especially with the lineup. The competition is.
What do you steal here? I mean, you either got the Matilda Airlines or you get the R swipe.
I feel like Benedetta is pretty much uncounterable in the lane. You just basically gotta let them do their thing, clear the lane, then you clear your lane.
Oh my god, Navaria and Ixia.
If you have JQT kind of setting up a lot of that and helping them move to rotate faster. But on the side, the synergy that we have from Gaimin Gladiators here, especially the Ixia, who traditionally is very immobile, especially when you launch out that full barrage. There's nowhere for you to go. You might have a flicker on you, but also now you're going to have that guiding wind from Shark on this Matilda. That's going to be able to get you out of harm's way. Going to be able to pull you back or even reposition you to a point to maybe cut off Area 77's escape.
I want to know what they're thinking here with this draft.
Area 77 bounce back from I want to say last season's where they've kind of shrugged.
They got the Benedetta, the Harley, the Rat. Maybe they're just trying to go for insane mobility. I mean, the hair.
Impure Rage.
Did I say Harley? Did I say Harley again?
We should see a support emblem.
Oh shit!
For that brute force route that Tarzan kind of likes to go for.
Oh,
a question here for you, Private. Have you ever seen a
how you just let them get away like that? Sneaky.
I have when
I said Harley.
We first started seeing
for some reason, I always think they're the same.
And the Matilda used in together. Oh, JQT gonna get caught. Gaimin Gladiators able to finish off where Area 77 was not on the Hoon and claim the first blood already.
Yeah,
they got the first blood on Jay.
For the side of Gaimin Gladiators, even with like Guinevere in the jungle, they're able to kind of go across the map and get that green camp really early on. That's gonna put them quite ahead, especially if Tarzan is unable to get there.
Oh, yo!
Already impact 2 places.
I told you, best player was gonna be eaten with this
Gladiators.
Fucking
especially under
Guinevere.
taking a little bit of trouble here. Tarzan with the energy blast there.
Wow.
Down comes the Appraiser's Rat Fried Chicken.
What's your time on the game? I'm at like 137.
A dash to get out of harm's away. And,
oh god damn! I was pretty sure you were saying shit that I just seen.
Now they're coming out with even more XP difference between them.
Super plays.
Both the green camps, and Tarzan unable to get the green camp that is next to the XP. That's gonna be a pretty big loss in terms of XP. You're gonna see level 5 versus level 4.
Nothing really happened here. In this fucking meantime.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, I was really far behind.
Even take out Hoon. I don't even think we have an answer for that on Area 77. We're moving in. We do have the Astral Echo out there. Best player comes in with an ultimate. Is not able to secure a kill there. Fly Chicken. Very
wow, Area 77.
Well, by your Reshi there. 10% left. Best player.
What? He got the fucking turtle and got out of there.
You see the auto attacks coming out there. Appraiser's Wrath is not going to be able to do anything there.
Oh.
He says, "Get down, Mr. President." He goes in there, takes the Appraiser's Wrath.
Wow.
The best player able to get away.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a fight that A77 really wants to take. They were trying to get the objectives, but they were kind of struggling a little bit in terms of getting that last hit. The side of Gaimin Gladiators was able to pick that one up themselves. Now, they did trade a few kills in response. A77 was able to get 2 there, but on the top side here, ISO.
Yeah.
What? Zia
gapping right now. The outplays that are happening in the side lanes. Gaimin Gladiators don't even really need to send much support, and they're sending support anyway. So if it wasn't bad enough that Area 77 is
he's whiffing it, Harley Harith has to actually like scale
for them now. 2-3 and a 2K gold lead for Gaimin Gladiators.
And it's so interesting that ISO picking up this Harith. It's supposed to be something like a guaranteed winning in terms of the gold lane, right? Against any marksman, he should
Ixia is one of my favorite MMs.
Not against something like a Roger, but Exia for sure. Stationary marksman.
He does a lot of damage, and people like don't suspect it.
On the other hand, it's the complete opposite. It seems like
I thought about adding the emote to the YouTube page for memberships.
Control of that game with or without Shark. You know, he's able to kind of just go above and beyond and get ISO on some of these 1 versus 1 unfavorable matchup that should typically favor him. So Gaimin Gladiators coming out with a great strategy with this Exia, something that I haven't seen that, people are that confident into picking, especially going up against Harith, but they're definitely making good use of that.
Fried chicken in between a sandwich in between two members.
Oh, he dived it.
Chicken looking
Is
for
he?
an escape. The electro final blows out.
Yeah.
Onto Tarzan. Fried chicken dashing back.
Yeah.
No
Looking
way.
for the kill onto Mark, but is not going to be able to get away. But Gaimin Gladiators able to answer on the opposite side of the map along with
dude, he was breaking ankles right there.
Turtle side of GG. This is turning into kind of a one-sided match again. GG has been so consistent in setting up, especially when it comes down to that mid to late game strategy.
That boy was slipping, sliding like he was.
It's just gonna push them
rollerblading
with the strategies that they have. This is just the dominating performance of the #1 team in North America, playing clean here already for like a 3.5k lead 5 minutes in. Not something
they almost lost mid too.
77, but it's definitely something that, you know, they can come back from here, Private.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to a lot of these fights if they can play safe here. But you can see right here already, best player comes in. Violet Requiem is out, finds a kill. Zia with a full barrage onto the tower is going to go ahead and help Gaimin Gladiators secure the mid tower of Area 77. And right now, Area 77 on the back foot, looking and the struggle.
I feel like
right
Ixie
now,
always gets fed.
Up. They're losing engagements, they're losing towers, they're losing lanes.
It has to be like 2K.
Right now, it's looking like all Gaimin Gladiators at the 6-minute mark.
And it's so interesting.
What up, Tank? What's up, brother?
Taken off,
it's been a minute,
right?
dude.
Parrot is a hero that has a lot of dashes, a lot of escapability, has kind of, you know,
how's the wife? How's the kids?
Tough boots, especially when there's a lot of members around. But Yurishi bot side here.
Oh, yeah, he comes in with an electro final blow.
Oh, they were able to get out, yeah.
Well, Shark with the circling eagle is able to find 2 members to pop up there. You can see the Zaman
Oh,
force
snap.
down. Zooming around the map. That player comes in, Violet
Purify.
Jay able to get out of the way.
GG's.
Full barrage
Wow.
is
GG's.
outlaying
Wow.
Area 77. Zia finds a kill, followed by Hoon as well right now. What a game. Best
GG
player
is on
right now,
a hot streak right now.
Alongside Zia.
We need to see the items on the board. I know Zia picked up a DHS. Probably the corrosion is also available there. Chicken on the top side, able to get that tower also. GG playing pretty much a very, very strong game here. No towers has been even chipped on the red side. They're looking to take the next objective here. That's just gonna push their
Ixia does have insane
We're talking
range.
about probably an 8k gold lead at this point, 7 minutes in. That's a very, very strong showing for the #1 team here.
Oh, we do have, they're diving in onto ISO, looking for an escape. Full barrage is out, trying to take down Mark. They do find a kill there. Yoreshi finds a kill onto Shark and Moon. And Fried Chicken in a little bit of trouble, very low, coming in. Is able to shut down Yoreshi. Tarzan next on the list as Zia picks up a kill. Zia sitting at 7-0-6 for Gaimin Gladiators.
Wow, fucking 14-5.
Performance, a great team fight. Another 3-for-2 winning fight for the Kings of the Kings here. Look at Zia with the gold, man. 4k above ISO. DHS.
Jesus.
Looking for that a potential golden staff or even
ISO just got his first item.
It's gonna be extremely hard for the side of A77 to be able to deal with the late game Exia, especially since they didn't get kind of the chips in early on, where Exia do struggle a little bit in terms of something like the mobility and even the early game damage. But now with the DHS corrosion, and he was ulting pretty much full missile barrage underneath the tower, no problem at all. You know, he was sieging up in positions that he probably shouldn't even have to, and there was no punish, no abuse. A77 kind of just taking the heat right now. One thing that they do have is a small split pusher. There's not much in the side of GG can really deal with Yurishi. Maybe putting the Navaria into the far lane to clear from the backside, but Arlot going for, you know, the side might be kind of tough here.
Yeah, and a little bit of engagement there, but they do decide to back up. But and I agree, and this is something I was talking about before, is like, even in a perfect game, when you were pushing back Ixia, eventually she's going to kind of hit that mark. She's going to get to the mid game. She's going to get to that late. We don't really
Terry,
have
why you get all the good
stuff?
stuff?
For best player onto Tarzan, down to 10%. All the damage coming out of Praise's Wrath is not going to be enough to save him. Shark picking up the kill for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, the mobility.
I had to do all of the
here,
yeah, that's what I had to do.
Definitely showing MVP candidates here. 707 from the side of Zia. Definitely also showing, you know, quite the strong gold lane.
You got a couple team wipes.
They're dominating in both kind of the side lanes here and even in the jungle. And when we looked at the last game, right, GG, they had, you know, Chicken on the side lane just completely dominating there. But here we go, the team fight, the replay on the board. You saw Zia pretty much just full missile barraging
Schoolboys and
tower.
Leonids.
He does not have a care in the world. Continues to go and follows through.
Rio, any excuses?
Completely clean up A77.
I don't think there's any excuses.
Yeah, man, a Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, they're basically setting the standard, and they're letting Area 77 know right now why they are at the top of the North American ladder. We take a look here at the items.
Ixia, they just got out of draft, bro.
There for best player, he's about 3K above his Area
the Navaria and Ixia combo is just insane.
To the high ground towers, Lord.
Yeah, and then paired with Matilda, like you're dead.
At the top, you can see the blue. You can see the side Area 77 being pushed a little bit at the top. So this does mean that they're going to have the pressure only down here at the bottom. But I mean, right now,
Boone synergizes with Zia. Zia synergizes with fucking Shark. Chicken's just chicken.
Coming in with an Electro final blow, Yureshi going to be able to dash himself.
Yeah, and I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Attacking the core. Big Violet Requiem lands. Tarzan taken down. Full barrage is out. Zia finds 3 kills. Shark finds another one as well. 11.
Oh no! Chicken stole it.
Gaimin Gladiators, and that's gonna settle game number 2.
Yo, Chicken stole.
Ridiculous.
Oh, I can hear myself. Chicken stole the Savage.
Now we got an 11-minute game. The votes have definitely turned. It's a 13K gold lead for the Kings here. Definitely a strong performance coming up. And honestly, this is a team that has dominated pretty much throughout the whole entire season. And with this series,
I'll tell them pull in.
They're still just completely one-sided. And it doesn't seem like A77 have quite the response yet so far, even though they you know, honestly had a pretty decent draft here, right? The overall KDA 21, 5 and 53. Lots of KD, lots of assists for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They definitely grouped up quite well. Very high damage coming out from them.
Yeah,
man, 11.
He's got perms now.
21 to 5. No,
what up?
Complete domination from the Kings.
Yeah.
Yeah, an amazing game played by Gaimin Gladiators. You were talking about the assist right
100%.
from the early bit of the game.
First game was actually
the pressure onto the marksman lane, that even though ISO was under tower, best player able to close the distance with the Violet Requiem.
It was like 14
early, and then
they made one bad mistake and GG pushed them.
I mean, we've talked about it before, a lot of the rotations, and we've kind of sometimes ignored the matchups.
Yeah,
like you talked about, a favorable.
It's been kind of a little bit of a stomp.
Be having, I want to say, favorable instances in their lanes, still getting pushed back, taking a lot of damage, having to go home very early. There was just no pressure from the side lanes, and then unfortunately the rotations just added to that power for Gaimin Gladiators for them to enforce their will. And here, Zia, I mean, man, this game, 973 gold per minute, 61,000 damage.
How's the XP matchup?
The sandbag, unfortunately, and best player here taking Shark's place now with 16 assists.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Zia in that game, it was only like an 11-minute match, but out damaged pretty much all the mages that came in from the 13-minute match from the game before. So really paints a picture in terms of what GG has in their lineup. Now the head-to-head is going to be going for Chicken and Yureshi here. You know, Chicken pretty much had just a little bit more impact with the R lot. Definitely was able to set up great team fights, not dying too much here and there. But Yureshi, I felt like there was potential there, moments of greatness, right? He was split pushing on the top side. We were wondering if the side of GG is able to find the response to deal with the split push that comes out from the Benedetta, especially paired up against the R lot. But it seems like GG handled it just really consistent, right?
Yeah, we're both streaming. Is Dez and Cardi in the chat?
Get the siege on going, watch for the petrify, and they were able to kind of disperse when the Vendetta ultimate.
Trying to like
overall a great game again from the side of Gaimin Gladiators. We look at the team fight participation, 95% for best player, 95 also for Zia. It paints the complete story. These two are crowned all-star players, and of course the supporting actors. This time around, Chicken did not get the team fight participation that he was looking for.
This is what they want.
Again, the overall win is still a win. Shark, high utility, 81%, and also even getting a few snags here and there, completely just messed up the game, messed up the strategy for the side of A77, and allowed GG
it was all like sweeps.
Dominate this match.
Best of 5.
Yeah, best of 5.
More damage than the whole of Area 77.
Wait, so
There's Yureshi in there. That's just incredible. And you were talking about the matchup between Yureshi and Chicken. Even without the ganks there, I felt like Chicken was really pushing Yureshi alone in the lane, and that was happening.
All I know is that one time
so
I went on Discord and I saw Gira on the group chat, and then I went on ML and I see him in the squad. I said, what the fuck? I said, what the fuck is going on over
Yeah,
there?
your boy made it in.
Gladiators, I mean, that 11-minute close there.
They didn't run it by me.
He said they didn't run it by the CEO.
They didn't run it by the chief commander. Nah, but you cool. I wouldn't surprise.
Nah. They're hella cool too, Cardi, man. We've always been, I feel like, chilling.
This, right? There's
I'm
a
the
few
top dog.
options that I think could be viable, right?
Oh, you know it.
Get strong lane clears. Things like Navaria, Brody. One skill hit, the lane is done with clearing, right?
Victor, the only guy that can mod card. I'm over here reading his chat.
A different structure where
Dez got, bro,
Dez got
the game. It's about
49.2K
south,
and it's about
Yeah, dude, he got like 16K in like a week.
Bro, like by next week he's gonna have more subscribers than me. Like,
yeah,
the
execution in terms of how they're willing to prolong the game.
The short shit, bro, it got
fights that just are not favorable.
Nigga, last time I
like 20K, bro.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Last time I checked, like a 15K sub.
Yeah, he had like 12K the last time I checked. I was like, what the fuck, boy, at 60?
Nah, he got 49.2K, bro. But more subs than me.
I think one thing A77 could do.
Good for him, bro. Good for you, Dez.
He more insurance in terms of the lane clear.
What in the heck?
They've struggled to be able
Wait,
to clear
Private's quality is like 2-bit right now.
I missed you, bro. What you been
13 minutes.
You know exactly where
Pick
I've
up
been.
the Navaria, pick up the fair miss.
You're the only one that knows.
Some sort of bounce, some sort of AoE clear. Maybe projects them in
chill,
the
bro.
right direction in terms of the late game. Because at this moment, it definitely seems like GG has the strategy to just be able to walk over A77 and maybe potential another 10-15 minute match.
Come on, bro.
I feel like right now, sans the actual draft, for me, I want to say the execution and the rotations.
I'm about to spray that picture again of the 16 beers shit that stands. That's my aura right there, bro.
Are just so quick. Where they meet into those lanes. The first game we saw that even with Tarzan trying to invade,
you gotta see, for me, I don't think I can
best player was always there contesting his
that's me right there. That's my aura.
Normal minions in the jungle, not allowing them to kind of steal. Then came the lane pressure.
You talking about Dez?
The lane pressure was so quick from
he said the short stuff stopped working for him.
That's literally me.
Yeah.
If there was a picture to describe me as a person, that would be it.
That's all right. Just gonna sit here and recuperate.
That's the aura I give.
It was kind of whiffing for me too once I joined in on it.
And you've already started losing lane. You started losing gold, and the pressure just keeps on continuing.
There's probably like a glitch in the algorithm.
This is a
Dominican dual Q. 8
very
a.m., 9 a.m.
Like Gladiators that I want to say it's even stronger than we've been seeing in the season right now. And I mean, that's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate story for Area 77 right now.
Showed it on his phone.
Who had that, I want to say, that little glimmer of hope, but it's starting to fade here. If they cannot, like you said, find the working composition, find
what the
that
fuck is
confidence
bro? He was here
in a lot of these rotations.
Nah, that's some of the
He said it's, I don't know, that's what he was saying. He said it's not working anymore. Like, well, it could just be with the last couple days he's been streaming. Yeah, that's what he literally just told me.
I do miss my
could be something like a Grok, but
supporters and
I
shit.
want to see A77 try out some of the
not just like
ancient
the regular
strategies,
supporters,
things like
but like the niggas
Masha,
that be
which
in the
has
chat
been let open
with
the
the
first
inside
two
jokes,
games.
bro.
Like these teams are gonna be going up into MSC, and they're gonna see a Masha, they're
members
gonna
only
see a
stream.
Natan. These
Not even
Asian
no,
metas,
not
they're
even
so
members only,
extremely
bro. Just like the
strong that
memers in
they've,
my
you
chat
know,
with the
played
weird
over
YouTube
and
names
over
on
in
purpose,
so
with
many
the
of
weird
these matches,
PSP
and
on
it's worked
purpose,
out. But the side of A77 feels like they are still
like saying
sticking
inside
to
jokes.
maybe something,
They
you
still
know, last year, right? The Valentina, French,
fight.
strong picks.
Like
Honestly,
they know what to
love
say
them.
to make
They're
me
great,
laugh. Like they get
but
my humor.
it
Those
has
those
not
are
been
people that I
working out,
miss.
especially with the traditional drafts that they have. Bring in something extremely late game, or even let's say a Kaja Natan, right? Or you know, Masha, right? It brings in that physical, brings in that magic damage. But this time around, see, GG is the one that's trying things.
Wait, how has
here,
Jay been playing?
experimenting Hoon
A77?
on an
Jay killed
Angela,
it?
you know, into the mage
Yeah.
position, and the
little
Roger
bit like
potentially
Balowski.
flex into the gold lane, or
Basically
even the
saying he's been
jungle,
playing good.
right?
Compared him
you
to
know,
like
this
a
is
Indo
this
player,
is what
bro.
I kind
No,
of
he's
want to
been
see
dying
from
a
the side of
little bit too much
A77
lately.
do.
Oh,
Go a little
like
bit
that
more
1 in
off
9
because
Saber
right now
bullshit.
currently
I
GG
got
Balowski.
is just playing way too fast, just like
Oh
you're
yeah,
saying.
by the
They're
way, shout
on
out
point, the
Brody,
strongest
shout out
five-man
LG.
that honestly we've seen them perform
They
in
gave me
a
Cash
present
is
for my
chilling.
birthday.
regular season, and now it's up to A77 to be able to push this
Nobody
series
else
a
did.
little bit
Only
further. They
Scrody
are
and LG.
already down 2 games. What can they do to bring themselves back into
All right,
this
Cat.
match? That is the
Come on.
important question here.
Man, we were just talking about
does,
the
of course.
I want to say the last few games we mentioned about the power of the flask of the Oasis.
Rosa?
And right now, Gaimin Gladiators, they're
Rosa?
about to put on a show. You're gonna have the healing
Did Rosa
from
not show
the
up?
Minotaur coming out. You're gonna have the healing wave,
Hit me up?
heart wave, I believe it is,
Hit me up,
from
bro.
Angela out there.
Yeah,
Angela,
he just said
Angela's
it's
very
birthday.
viable. One of the few supports that is very viable in the mid game, especially or in the
Vi
mid
que
lane,
Rosa, mamá
especially in the early game, because every
Man,
single
you
wave
are
she
bad at all.
does, she can do more and more damage with every sequential wave that she does there.
Vi que ames ese grupo de mierda.
The regen that she can put on. She's
UA
actually
could
a
definitely
menace,
be
and
the
if you're
avatar.
not careful, she can actually start stealing some kills there. Which I mean,
Well, because he's
throughout, if you
bald?
played any kind of ranked games with
Yeah,
Angela,
that's
she's
what the
very
chat's
prone
saying.
to being able to steal kills. So a great pickup
How
there,
old
which
is
means that
UA,
you're going to have
you know?
a ton of
How old am I?
side of gaming
No, UA.
and they both
I don't know. UA looks like he's like 32.
Roger, who,
Nah, see the thing is, that's what I'm saying.
gets
Like,
himself a
nah,
little
like
bit
I
of
know
shield
he's
there,
young,
which is
but he's
gonna be
just bald.
added by
That's
Angela,
probably
why I
like
think.
25.
Minotaur,
You think he's 25?
as well.
I think he's like 24, 25.
It's a
That's like
whole
not like
different
25,
level
26.
right now with
It looks
Gaimin
pretty
Gladiators.
young, bro. I don't think it looks
With
30.
the synergy you see from their
I just feel like Asians always look young.
Compared, right now, Area
That's
77,
true.
they've got that tanky front line. I want to say a little
That boy could be
bit
like
of the game that comes
an
from
engineer
Valentina.
that's
She
like
gets a little
42
bonus
years
XP,
old and look just like
in her
that.
kit. I believe it's just part of her passive that she gets
Yeah, I
more
know what you
XP,
mean.
as well. And,
I don't know.
We've got, I want to say
Dude,
Harris.
how old are you?
He needs his IV
I'm
before he
28.
Kicks off. So an answer right now, we've only really got Valentina to kind of really.
And you never
hold
experienced
up and
any
support that early
mouth
game from
pattern
Area
baldness?
77.
No.
Any,
Okay,
like
No.
that?
pray. All right.
Thank
I
God.
like the
Niggas
Kaja.
blessed.
I feel like A77
That's what I'm
being
saying,
such
bro.
a
Like I be
strategy.
seeing
They went
motherfuckers,
Matilda
bro.
first
Like
game,
there's like a whole
Raphael
subculture of
second
like
game, both
bald
photos
niggas.
strong.
Just like
Subculture.
Something like a
yeah, like
Masha
on
that
Reddit and
brings
shit,
in
talking
the
about like
physical
yo,
damage paired up with the Harris. These are
one
very hard
one out of every
defenses
4
that
guys
GG
like
has to bring
start
up.
going bald
This
by the age of
Ruby,
like
I
20,
like it
21.
though. It is still very, very
That's like
great
a
pick,
quarter
but
of men who are just completely wiped out the
I'm
dating
very
game
interested
because
in this
they
Yuzong.
suffer from
I mean,
baldness.
Fried Chicken just is a very strong
Brutal.
XP laner, period.
I got
On the other hand, I wanna
I'm
say,
going gray. Like I'm getting a lot of gray hairs, but
Bro, I've been
Yuzong
trying to get gray, bro.
Yuzong
But the
can
thing is, I don't
be
even think
a
that's
little
that bad,
prone
bro.
to those
But it's
ganks
not.
early
Like
game.
that
I'd
shit's
love
low
to see
key
a little
like
pressure from
that
Area
shit could low key be
77.
sexy. You
Get
don't
those
pull it
ganks
off.
early on this Yuzong.
I got like I look like Granger. Like I have like a straight ass streak on like right on my like right side.
And you can always dye that shit black, but once that follicle's gone, you cook.
yeah, but
Oh yeah, you definitely cook. If that shit's going.
It's over for you.
If we're talking about, let's say, more PHID, definitely Natan Gold paired up with something like an Inspire.
Oh fuck this comp.
Not Inspire, but Purify could negate a lot of the CC versus Roger. Already has a lot of.
What the fuck is Carlos playing? Nathan Jungle or Roger? I can't even tell. He's probably going.
Makes a little bit more sense.
Roger,
for me.
Roger.
But this is Gaimin Gladiators that we're talking about. The have taken the taunt in the
I would say
early.
the Roger Angela combo.
Draft coming out from Rose. The pack,
they swap.
physical damage pairs so well with the magic damage coming out from the hair. If it's not something like in the taunt,
wait, is that Roger Gold?
The pack definitely shines.
No,
in
Nathan.
the lane. So again, a wonderful draft coming out from both of these teams. Once again, Private. I don't
Roger's popular now though. They be picking him a lot.
I'll be seeing it gold. I don't really understand it, maybe because I've been watching it, but like I can't like picture it.
I think started on Endo.
Yeah, I seen it. Like Watt did it.
It's hard to tell what they can
honestly
do.
I think
whatever comp
A77 is gonna win this match, to be honest.
Worried that this Natan was gonna be like a Hanabi pickup because mixed with the shield, the flask of the Oasis.
If they play discipline like they do, like
providing more and more shield,
they're playing sloppy today.
Gonna be like, oh man.
Wait, didn't A77 beat like BTK or GG last time?
They beat BTK, yeah, 2-0.
When I did it, it was like 300 to 400 people were in there, but like it was like constant switching people, like and I made like 27K. It was about, I want to say, like roughly what I get in my live streams normally. But somehow I got like 27K in 5 hours instead of 4K.
I'm gonna say funny shit.
It's gonna be DA and potentially Bloodhounds.
Gaimin Gobblers.
But most definitely DA has been the one that's showing on that.
I'm not. It doesn't generate a lot of money. I think with 27K views, I got like 3 or 4 cents. It was bad.
Huh?
Emblem.
I know either.
Tarzan, so he decides to switch up his strategy here.
Yeah, you get subs, but you definitely. I think it's just inflating your numbers.
Staying focused compared to kind of the
support with
pure rage
and
brute force build. So just a little.
Because his live stream still does the same thing, so like unless he constantly does short live streaming, I don't know. It looks good to companies. Pulls a lot of views, but I don't know how viable the views technically are.
It's like 123, 24, 25.
That's why I haven't really done it too much.
I don't know if you're on your laptop.
Actually, no, it's
I'm on mobile.
Yeah, they're trying their best.
So I don't know if you can put that shit times 2 and
the waves here, the wave
control.
Yeah, my mic's not muted.
Mark Hudi takes a little bit too much damage. He's not going to be able to rotate. He's going to have to go back home, and that's going to kind of set the tone for Gaimin Gladiators to be able to maybe potentially find themselves a pick before this first turn.
Damn, Chicken is getting froze and his pose, bro. This is bad.
The little things that matter, right? The little
going tall for the level 4. Nah, look, you see
the timing where
okay, he's not doing it, but Tarzan always does that, bro.
Into the bush or get this wave clear fast, but top side here already.
He's the XP. Yeah, he's going back to it. Look.
Aggressive on fried chicken early on. Get maybe
I'm at 212. Is that 213?
I'm at 218.
Yeah, I'm around there.
219, 220.
Pause it for like 2 seconds.
Pause it? Alright.
2 seconds, yeah.
1, 2. Alright. I'm at 230 now.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
And that's gonna go ahead and set the tone for this next turtle. It is
Carlos though, they gotta help him.
Or a 3v5 game, 2v4.
Oh, that's GG's.
Right now.
Careful. Just kill them first, bro. Fuck turtle.
You got the turtle.
Yeah.
Okay, good job, partner.
250.
Carlos gotta get out. Nice. Just back.
Goofy all.
Suddenly, there are signs of life in the extraterrestrials.
Not bad, right? Not bad. The signs of life has been shown. A little bit of greatness coming out from Tarzan, able to get retribution with the bonk coming through.
Maybe,
lots of damage there, lots of potential.
See, golden fight, gold. Oh, so you have to ult out.
The side of Gaimin Gladiators to be able to stack the Yuzong up with the Angela paired up with the Manone's Fury, just in the right moment, took off not only the flicker but the lives
of
winning now. And it was a very, very tough fight. For the side A77,
Maybe you just had to get like a cup of tea in or something.
The early aggression that they were looking for the Yuzong. Now we're going to kind of this mid game where every single objective in the Black Dragon is going to be coming up. It's going to be extremely hard to deal with.
Wow, they zoned him out. Like now they're starving Zia.
Last game is that ISO. He's doing quite well in the boss side. If not, he's doing much better compared to before. There's no early.
That's what it's supposed to be doing.
Look, a shark got caught.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
I mean, not
does he
nice.
die?
Wow.
No
way. Going to be just enough to save.
Yeah.
I forgot too.
I forgot too.
Nigga be getting no pay time. Goddamn. 6 man.
Oh shit. Chicken chill, bro.
Pretty uneventful for both sides of the lanes here for both teams.
Wow.
I would kind of have to call
Now to get
it a
that
little
turret,
bit undisciplined coming out from both of our teams, right? One early aggression on the boss side. Shark already knew that bush was filled with enemies.
Oh, yeah.
They burned the heart guard.
Are they about to kill a Hoon?
A77 on the other hand, they had to burn the heart guard on the
Wait,
top
Rush, you
side,
got
paired
that?
up with the Black
Say
Dragon.
Angela,
So
come on.
I think it's a little bit of an advantage for the side of A77 here, especially with no Black Dragon available. And you know, technically no
chicken
push that shit
yet so far. So A77.
Oh no,
he doesn't have anything to get in there.
They can't contest turtle though, just back, bro. Oh, nah,
they should jump on him. Yeah, there it is.
Nah, they gotta fucking back, bro. Chicken's recalling 2v5.
What? Yo.
At least they made it out, but damn.
That was crazy.
Everyone walks out.
How did Area 77 not get a kill there?
And Hoon is pushing that shit the whole time.
Yeah, like he's just chilling up in the top lane.
Into that team fight, Flicker's completely clean.
I don't know why A77 is so scared to fight.
No member with a disadvantage in numbers able to get the retribution. That's bad news.
Reshi,
about to get. You have to find a way to be able to get back into this game, Private.
Yeah, right now you can start seeing Yureshi already does lose his tower. That's very early at the 5-minute mark. Best player putting on some damage. I mean, the team fight there, it's just, you're exactly correct. Best player just walked into it, able to get the retry, and then Shark securing the escape. As we have another here, a lot more damage coming onto Mark, but they are able to kind of create that distance.
Yeah, so it does seem like the new Roger build. A lot of people like going for that wind into the endless, maybe even into the BOD that ISO did in the very first match here. So a little bit of a build difference here. Shark getting pinned a little bit, but you know, there's not going to be that much damage output from the side of A77.
Top lane.
Top side here.
Camera.
You're talking about him earlier.
He didn't even petrify.
Combination of the Angela and the Black
and the Yureshi Flicker.
What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Zaman forces out for ISO. No
he wasted Flicker and Chicken and Petrify. How he does that?
Oh, G.
Focusing on the JQD, Appraiser's Wrath is out as well.
JQD 1 HP.
Wow, what a collapse.
Look at Chicken, look at Chicken.
Nos fuimos. Diablo.
¿Dónde va, mamá huevo?
Chama, mañana.
Callo.
Loco. Ven aquí, ISO, mañana.
Oh, he's recalling.
Sas. Dick MSC, Gaming Goblins, grupo de mierda.
Hoon on the top side the entire time pushing out that wave, and then suddenly Hoon's back.
Sheesh.
Oh man,
they're just eating him alive.
He needs to be very careful, especially because we've seen how far best player can dive into enemy lines with that Lycan pounce and the heart.
Damn, that fucking damage.
He dives just
Yeah, they could push that. I don't know about
that. Yeah. With the heart scar
I knew it was gonna be.
with Hoon at his heels.
I've been prepping BTK for next match, so.
Yeah, I better stop watching, but this shit's over. What the fuck? I thought you said someone was better than this.
A fighting
I thought so too.
with a lot of the
It was good on that very first one. He said Aiko wearing a GG hoodie. Oh, this a Reebok hoodie.
Areas of the match. I think their draft is quite decent, but they're just losing out in some of.
That'd be hella funny. GG, send me a hoodie. That'd be troll as fuck.
And every little small skirmishes, they're just
more likely than me getting one.
No, bruh.
I should like.
Ooh, best player actually a little almost caught out of ways, but that's just
Yo, Des, do you be talking at all?
I mean, I was talking about
only to Shark. He pulls up to my stream sometimes.
How quick?
But you still be ranking with them, or they be practicing all together by themselves?
Not even
sometimes.
Rap comes out, he's like, nah, just dives behind Tarzan.
When they stream sometimes.
The entire thing, and still.
And we doing you greasy, nigga. You be putting in the hours.
I think you got more views than any of them.
Yeah, like what in terms of watch hours?
Yeah.
A77 able to get a kill here and there, prolonging the match.
That's carrying YouTube right now for now. Carrying.
100%. That boy's got the numbers.
Ooh,
gotta make it out the hood somehow.
Gotta make it out the hood.
I mean, this is what we saw
they wouldn't get
like 2 years ago. The Hearts Guard and the Roger. I mean, it's just such a lethal combination, and how aggressive you can be with it.
Your neighbors kind of calm down, bro. They turned up too hard. No. They've been still going?
Yeah.
Well,
I thought they turned down finally.
Some fucking music on the neighbors got me copyrighted, bro.
I couldn't even hear it, but I thought that was me.
In himself for the rest of
I hear it. I don't think that mic is scratching.
More than enough room for a best player to pick up this Lord.
It does seem like they're like, the Black Dragon was used, I feel like, a little bit prematurely. Potentially GG could bait out the side of A77 to see if they even want to contest this objective, right? Save the Black Dragon, look for a team fight, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it's unusual to see Mar 0-3 like that.
They are looking for, and
he's always staying consistent and solid.
Trap, right? They're gonna lose members trying to get the Lord, and if not, the side of GG.
Bro, I went against them today in rank too. They were just playing sloppy.
There's no way he's gonna be able to play this, huh?
Oh my gosh, we were just talking about mechanical ability.
You're right, shit, Dad. Why is he there, bro? Like,
the way
that's
he
trolling.
dodged those dashing
and he still had the flicker. He could have got out straight, right?
This is bad, man. Like,
with the engage. Does he got a follow up though, chicken? Oh nah.
Who is not long for this Tarzan, looking like he's next up on the line, but is gonna dash himself.
Carlos, he's dead. What the fuck?
Wow.
No way he makes it okay. But the face, Zia.
Jesus.
Clean up, bro.
Off the mug.
Carlos put the Onyx emo, bro. That's kind of, this is disrespectful. That's brutal.
Yeah, he put it like.
You actually dead, baby. Oh, that's brutal. And you actually flick brutal. Flickered in base. I'm done. I'll see you later. I'm done. Can't watch this shit
I'll come back in like 30, 40, I think.
Yeah, we'll.
This is something that
Alright, bro.
Yo, Iko, they're gonna do an interview or not?
Yeah, they're gonna do an interview.
This sort of fashion, not in how clean cut and precise and
I think they might be doing Hoon and best player.
Perform in this stage of the game, right? We knew they were all suiting up, putting on their best performance.
That was crazy. That stomp was disrespectful.
It could be getting the sleep earlier, going to the gym, but this
11 minutes and 14 minutes. Damn.
Has behind their back, because dude.
Start self-glazing is crazy, bro. You're sucking your own meat right now. Don't do that.
He's self-glazing.
He came into my chat talking about, geez, that Mino guy kind of good. Who is it? Come on, bro.
Output, the tankiness, it all just goes in favor of the side of gaming Gladiators. This is a team almost.
How much to the next game? We're finding out.
Sort of weaknesses here, Private.
Is DA gonna be able to play early, Sherry?
Minute game here, 7 towers to none. I was talking. I've been
good shit, Shark. Good shit.
Area 77.
Damn, you just missed Cardi, bro.
BTK is filing in, so.
I almost kind of ignored. We can take a look here at the stats here too. 3, 0, and 13 for Hoon there. 4, 0, and 5 for Zia. Still best player, still kind of leading up there. 6, 1, and 5. But as I was talking about, like, I kind of
that is the water boy. That boy, the most viewed water boy in history, though. Fuck.
To such a degree that like it's almost like it was unnecessary because they're already at the top of North America. But they showed me a level here, just like
that boy, the forefront of MLBBNA.
That's what I'm known as now. The water.
That's what the chat's saying.
Everything here was so precise.
They don't say that to nobody but me. They don't say that to Albert or any other sub.
Oh jeez.
I mean, I did it to myself.
You kind of set yourself up.
With 67,000.
They drove Turtle to chase a black Mino when I stole their red money.
Jesus. 55-minute wait if DA isn't ready.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of their improvement, yes, right? We expect them to become the champions of North America, but this improvement to be able to get onto this next level, it definitely feels like they've been able to reach it, especially with you know, in terms of their last meeting in the regular season.
So GG's like what, top 3 now, or
like almost a 20
GG is top
so you know,
top 3, yeah, because this would be the
11 and 11. I think those are
I'm pretty sure
they go against the winners next.
Yeah,
between DA and BTK,
and then they'll have to go against the
they're pretty much on their best.
One more series.
I don't know if A77 is going to be able to do it a second time around. Right now, it may just be all up to the winners of our next game.
Now, yep.
GG
Woo.
Swept these guys.
If they win their next match, they're the Vegas. Going to Vegas.
Some of the damage dealt
the Valley Vegas, baby.
The Valley Vegas.
5K damage. We talked about Chicken's impact.
Are you going to be coming to Vegas?
Damage dealt on the
I would hope so.
You know, damage is just so spread out
Shit.
throughout the tide of GG.
Hopefully.
Even the supporting.
Yeah, I have to.
How far are you from Vegas?
Quite behind here. Hoon,
I think I went there last time for the
MVP on this Angela. This man
for
was
the finals.
Was it the HyperX?
To inside
Yeah.
every single player on the
When
side.
you're right, you couldn't make
Just
it.
healing, sustaining.
It's
Shit.
like 4 hours, I think.
Oh yeah, I was too busy in the back fucking controlling the damn camera.
I didn't see you there, I don't think.
Yeah,
I saw
yeah.
Cool. I saw other people.
He did get
Yeah.
off, sets up for a great team
But
fight.
I was doing a lot of partying afterwards, though.
This series dominating once again.
I couldn't
Like,
even
it's
meet
just
Shark, bro,
absolute
or Hoon, or any of them. They kicked me out of the
Yes,
VIP room.
breathtaking.
Like a peasant.
The fact that my prediction
Like a peasant.
because you
Yeah.
guys both lost this one. But I think for this series, I expected more
Vegas
from
trip,
Vegas.
Ooga Booga?
Even though reality-wise, I
Let's
did
go.
think GG was gonna take in just because of their win streak so far. But I was expecting
Shut up,
maybe
Rosa.
1 or 2 games clinch from GG. But it seems like you guys mentioned GG also improved. Well, everyone else is improving. So that's something we have to look out for.
Yeah, that's it's almost. I'm almost kind of ashamed that that's not a point that I've brought up before. I've been talking about how a lot of the teams have stepped up here in North America. They've been wanting to face that dragon of Gaimin Gladiators. They've been wanting to try to take it to them, and I kind of completely ignored the fact that Gaimin Gladiators can still improve too to a level that we just haven't seen here before from them, especially in the season. Like that was. They had some great games during the season, but how they played here tonight against Area 77, like without a doubt, is probably the crispiest I've ever seen them with their rotations, with their ganks, with their dives, and even with the drafts as well.
What's their secret sauce, Liz? I want to know. Typically with
The secret sauce.
and I just want to know what their secret sauce is.
When's the BTK match? Soon.
Like they got someone coming into the house.
I'm gathering them together right now.
Pedicure in the mornings. Like, what is their day-to-day life? Because honestly, the performance that they had here, it was unexpected from any
What the
of us
fuck is you
last
were
year.
talking
We thought
about, bro? This
this
shit
guy
making me
went
mad.
to the fourth.
He be yapping, bro.
We thought,
What is
you
he
know, it could've been
saying?
long.
Nah, that's
That-
like jokes aside, bro. That's actually yapping. What is he talking about?
It was none
The
of that.
secret
I feel like
sauce.
it was no towers to
Dude's
face.
definitely
Every
just
single
yapping.
trade, every single team fight. Like, what is their secret, Liz?
Gonna nominate that boy as a super yapper.
Is wrong and Trex stands corrected. But well, we did notice on the cam. I don't know about massage. I don't know what's going on with Yue's head right there, but we did see best player. Seems like he made himself to Vegas. So and best player and Hoon are together playing that game. So maybe that adds to the synergy. I mean, it's hard that you find two players playing in an online tournament so far that they're in the same room. I mean, that probably brought more synergy. I mean, best player had like 90% kill participation for.
Is Private Dancer wearing a fucking robe? I don't even know what that is.
Everywhere on
Wi-Fi
the map,
buff.
so.
I don't know.
Wi-Fi
Yeah,
buff.
so let's guess who the MVP is, Private.
Who? Zia?
Yeah, he deserves it. He deserves
I was about to say, man, even in that last game,
I don't know about that.
Score in that last game, but man, he was dominating his lane. Even I want to say in game 2, where we thought that he was going to have trouble, even alone. Like, yeah, you can see here, ISO on the Hereth, who was supposed to actually have a
Tomorrow's match schedule, there's gonna be 4 BO3s.
Even before Shark could come
It's gonna be normal times. So just go. Yeah, losers bracket.
No answer.
I don't know.
I
don't want to
I don't know.
I don't know.
Gaming Gladiators here.
Chai, I want to watch that or not?
Players that he's not afraid to
fucking
use
dead.
different picks in different scenarios. It's almost like, you know, the side of Gaming Gladiators know to set up Zia for kind of like that late pick. It's not always about, you know, prioritizing something like a carry or a quad. He's willing to play some off picks, right? The Exia gets put off the Arithel, which he's done a clean job losing lane, but completely dominating and changing the fact after that. And now with the performance of the Natan,
Update
really,
all.
like, well-rounded his hero pool, his character. He's able to just perform and dominate at such a high like standings. It's wild, really.
I mean, you were going on about the Natan, how it's a better pick than Roger, and I guess Zia heard you and answered your call with that
Boy, the neighbors jamming now.
Interview with the best player. I mean, judging by the fact that he's
Chat, look at that poll.
on the stage, and also his side chick goes. I'm just kidding. All right. Thanks for joining us.
Nice.
We mostly want to interview the best player, but it's okay too.
Nice merch, guys. Nice shirt.
Best player, how did you end up at Hoon's place?
You know, I live down the street from him.
What's
actually.
going on? What do you mean?
Nah, okay, on some real stuff. My internet is pretty bad, so I decided to come to Hoon's place. He let me come here for so it worked out pretty well. Plus, the team synergy is way better. Yeah. Also.
Yeah, we noticed today you guys did really well. And did you think that being at Hoon's place really helped you guys perform?
Yeah, you guys think they did something off camera?
The internet, the team synergy.
Like they just edged to each other.
I mean, I want to know, is Hoon one of those gamer boys, or does he actually have a clean apartment?
Pretty clean.
Okay. Okay, good.
Yes, obviously. Yeah.
What's going on?
Sherry, do you know?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
The fuck is that, bro?
Whoa, what is that? That's huge.
I don't know, it's huge. It's another Guinevere poster.
Wow. I guess we have to find out that review on your own stream.
Yeah.
So enough nosiness about your bromance. So for the game,
Yeah, they'll be in there.
What is the most
I'm getting them right now.
factor that you feel for that draft in game 2? Because you had Guinevere, Novaria, Arlott, Ixia, Matilda. That's a very good draft, and that's a MPL draft. So what do you feel?
I mean, the team synergy in that draft is really good, and then our team synergy in general is really good. So you know, it worked out, you know, really well to how it was supposed to be.
I can't believe they opened all that. That's literally our best comfort heroes. Maybe they were prepared.
I mean, they
already. Jeez.
They lost Fredrin and
Yo, midnight.
Pretty much.
Well, we'll have to get the teams ready. I think DA said they got the whole squad.
That Fred goes crazy.
I said DA's got the whole squad. They said.
Yeah.
So
very crazy and very well. So
try to get everybody up in
A
here.
lot of different variety of heroes that you guys pulled out for game 3. Why did you pick Roger jungle? I mean, did you want to pull that e-girl vibe from Hoon, or does it mean that marksman jungles like YSS and then Ranger are also coming back?
Well, for me, I've been playing a lot of rank, and you know I like Roger a lot. And Roger jungle isn't completely not a thing, and Roger gold is already a thing, so we can flex it as the best Roger in NA, you know. So
wow.
Yeah, so worked out pretty well.
Do you agree? Best Roger in NA, Hoon?
Maybe second best after me.
Jeez.
My Roger goes crazy. They haven't seen it yet.
Whoa.
Self-glazing is crazy, chat. Okay. Self-glazing is crazy.
Well, best do you think Hoon is the best e-girl in NA? No.
Yeah, I would say like a 15 would be good.
DC's KP that game, 100%. Actually, next level.
Yeah, I played with Eager Angela so many times. I kind of adapted.
No one's saying anything right now.
Right.
I'm pinging them and calling them right now.
He tried.
So who did you give it to? Best player. Never mind. Okay. So.
Yo.
What the fuck are they talking about?
Keep you guys up for too long. Yeah. So is GG considering a coach for the later stages, potentially Vegas if you guys do make it?
I mean, maybe, but it's already like I think too late. But if we qualify for international, let's say we win the grand finals, then I think we'll definitely consider a coach.
I mean, why did you guys not consider a coach so far? Because we know that previously, before the international stages, you guys did have like a last-minute coach. But do you think it could have been better if you had a coach early on?
I think the fact that the coach also needs to have a synergy with the team. I think you can't just have just because he's the best coach, it would work perfectly for your team last minute. This
is a bit too loud. I kind of turned down the volume.
Doesn't work out so well. And at this point of the NACT, it's almost heading towards the grand finals.
Yeah. We get to the point, whip it up.
Oh God.
And we winning, so.
Oh God.
Yeah. So it's
having a coach.
I mean, congratulations on that very dominating series. Are you gonna be in Hoon's
Hoon got a picture of his face in his fucking room, bro?
When you guys face for the next weekend, the winner bracket, you might face, your biggest enemy.
Yo.
Possibly.
Yo, Zane.
Yep.
You want to jump in the VC?
Yep. All right. We look forward to see you guys.
The game's about to. We got like 15 minutes till the game starts.
Upcoming matches, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
GG.
You want to join that the VC, the NACT VC?
This is when you jump in private.
GG. It's nice to see them together in games and providing a little bit more synergy.
I said we got to jump into the BTK VC and the NACT.
I was talking about it during the game, but like you're
rushing. We got to get everybody ready. DA is pretty much ready.
Some of those dash punches, and Hoon just sidestepped to the left, sidestepped to the right until Shark was able to close the distance, and I saw it right from the draft as well.
I see Nicolette requesting in the NACT as well.
There's very few things.
So she's online.
That we've been talking about in North America. Ban Matilda.
Yeah, just join in the BTK VC and the NACT. You can just chill in there if you want.
Don't give it to Shark.
They're gonna do like a 15-minute break.
No, I mean, it definitely feels like the side of GG was very well prepared.
Yo, basic
of this series.
What's people, the D? We're about to start the match versus DA in like 15 minutes.
We're rooting for them, but it definitely feels like the side of GG.
They accelerated at the time since GG like sweeped them.
They were able to negate
sweep A77
and make it into a lot of the strengths. You talked about the drafts, right? Like a lot. Of
that's like what 40 minutes.
We're focused bans towards specific players like the Joy.
Are you like out and about and like you can't get to?
Now it feels like they've been able to
I got you.
Improve their hero pool. It's so well. They're able to get so many.
I'll ask Dave. I mean, there's nothing they can do if we ask that.
Their confidence is just radiating off of each other.
Because I mean, that's just the time.
The dominating team, and with that interview, it definitely shows the confidence that they need
to
take the crown.
I can let them know.
confidence and I guess.
Yeah, just join the BTK BC and NACT whenever you can.
Vegas internet is better.
Whenever you get to your location, I'll let Dave know.
Have a huge hero pool, right? And that's very important in tournament scene when the enemies can't ban you out, and then you have so many different varieties.
Got an update. Basic, I think Basic's the only one that we're having a little bit of a problem with. He's currently driving to his location for Wi-Fi.
Of GG, which is pretty impressive actually. But yeah.
Yeah, he drives to like a store
what is your strat this season with your
for better Wi-Fi. His home Wi-Fi is like super spotty.
Sometimes you're straight up going for that victory, especially the first week when you got a lot of things that we actually got wrong.
I don't know. Like, somewhere. Today, but Nicolette's in the lobby. Zane, Milo. I think he said could we play F5? I'm hoping to get him sooner, but that's what he said. He's on the road right now to the location.
Sees what has happened in terms of standings, in terms of their past performances. But,
the sweep versus Area 77 put us ahead by 55 minutes.
Even if it's a little bit more of a far reach, I do think we are at the NACT. Private, said it perfectly in the beginning, where this is the strongest and the most competitive NACT we've ever had. And
I'll be right back.
The caster predictions do paint that.
So Basic's currently
33% losses
driving to his Wi-Fi spot. So we probably got a good solid 30 minutes.
My strategy this time around is I just want more opportunities for different
just ETA that way if you got something to do. Yeah. Because your playtime's not till.
It's all about doing
I think 5.
Watching those MPLs, getting those, Ube,
I'm double checking.
team and try to come up with a strategy that works well. And even Hoon said, right?
Yeah.
The synergy that
it's scheduled for 7 p.m. my time, so I mean technically it's 30 minutes, 40 minutes from now.
The synergy's not there, so I think
is the scheduled play time.
This time around, A77 fell short-lived.
If you just want to chill in the VC, mute. You can do your thing. I'm hoping Basic gets here faster. We can always accelerate the time.
Starting from the next series. Okay, I want to see who you voted for.
But I'm gonna let them know.
But in the end, I think Yue got a great point, and he has a really good.
There's only 10 minutes.
Now, with what happened last season, now it seems like whichever team Yue roots for, there's always an.
I told him to join this VC as soon as he gets there. So.
Voting for the underdogs, or he's winning on his predictions. Can't lose with the Yue strat. So maybe that's something that I'm gonna look into next season. But until then, we have the most anticipated match for a lot of fans, for people watching today. We have DA versus BTK. BTK 2.0 versus BTK 3.0. Who will come on top? Let's find out after a short break.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'm keeping up to date. Midnight said Basic's only 10 minutes away from the location, so we'll see if traffic gets him or not, or whatever the hell is going on with him. $30 minutes of short break. Yeah, I'm getting them together though. I'm having them all just chill in the VC. That way we know they're there. Oh, so the DA is still on the back burner too? Jesus. Oh gosh. They're gonna be so expensive. It's probably gonna cost 100,000 diamonds just to pull those 3 skins. Hey Aiko, best for last, can't forget about you. What up, bro? Did I see the effects? Paquito's best I didn't actually look at he said 100K diamonds? Yo, that being the KOF shit is like crazy. I couldn't even afford all of the KOFs, and I was being given diamonds from Moonton. Like, those KOFs were super expensive. I think I spent like 15,000 diamonds just for fucking one. It's bad. It's bad. I could only get one KOF skin every time I got paid by my diamonds. I've always wanted the Aurora skin, and I never got the Aurora skin. I got the fucking Gushin, I got the Cho, I got the Corina. I think there's like is the Aurora the fourth one? Some snacks. Goddamn snacker. Yeah. Yeah. I told him just chill in there. I'll ping him once they need to. Well, they pretty much stay deafened until draft starts. That's just how they do that. Yeah, he said he was taking the title from Zayn. Give me a second. I gotta go call Co-World. BRB. I need to get like everybody's personal cell phone number. Motherfuckers never answer Discord. Best KOFs is Guinevere. Sheesh. Can I have your number too? Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm hearing voices. Too long of a wait? We're just waiting on I think like basic and I don't know. Chat, I need a $20 donation for Cold World. He said he needs to hold 20 bucks. Show some skin. Where's my 20, Aiko? Boy, basic has funds for Chipotle. Sheesh. Free advertisement. Dude, wouldn't Mobile Legends get canceled if like Chris showed his tits? The whole world fucking just shirtless. Instant canceled. YouTube demonetized. Deletes the MLBB channel. We all lose our jobs. That's crazy. Dude, WC. Bro, I got some Cheez-Its. God damn, Jamie. Did Area 77 bad curse? Where the fuck Basic at? He's driving. Bros in the furniture section. fucking dead. Why 17? We're waiting on basic. We had to wait. Cause like the games weren't supposed to be starting until like 7 p.m. CST. You don't want to eat the whole fridge? You definitely should eat the whole fridge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5. You'll get kicked out if you eat the whole fridge? Jesus. Could you imagine you just come home and your whole fridge is empty? It's because of legal binding reasons, yeah. Like the official match start time isn't till like 7 Central. Yo, chat. Funny ass thing right here. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. It's funny as fuck. Just say Jersey. My boy Zane's all alone in the lobby. I haven't heard from him yet. We got 11 minutes. Let me give him a call. I did watch the whole. I watched the whole Fallout series. I had Zane wait in there. Zane's got 2 phones, so he just like left the lobby open. I'm trying to get an ETA from Basic. Yep. Yo. You almost there? You said you're almost there? Yeah, you got there's 9 minutes till the show starts. So you're solid. And then they'll do a little bit of yapping and then you'll be good to go. All right, dope. See you in the VC. Woo! No one can anticipate that GG was gonna absolutely just fucking sweep Area 77. Sometimes you have to follow the set schedule, you know? The grand finals of being at an offline tournament. Welcome back. Well, welcome to the team. I think he just made it to the store. So he's getting there. He's almost ready. He said he'll be there, he'll be on time after like the 7-minute. Yeah. I don't know. Hey, I believe in my team. They've been on time for every single scrim I've set for them, so I am. I'm gonna be showing up in an all red and black suit. Yeah, yeah. It's gonna be BTK red. That sucks. Did you go to like Men's Warehouse? What? It was expensive? That's ridiculous. So they like hand stitched every fiber? Does she? I mean, I understand. Maybe she's paying for the coach. Maybe that's why she's nervous. Yeah, yeah, he's a PH caster, is he not? Midnight knew him. Yeah. They're trying to take over the NA world, so that way when we make $1 million, they get a share. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully he wins. He's more hydrated. Do I play console? I play on PC a lot. Mark? Sorry, I've been talking to Dave and them. Joy Baj will play, yeah. No, I haven't. I'm not watching UFC. Or boxing. Boxing, UFC, I don't know. You never know what's what nowadays. You put 300 on Ryan? Do a lot of betting, Mark? God damn. A lot of betting in the chat. We need to... I can't officially say it because technically you're not allowed to bet on MLBB. How long has the game been out? Jesus. Y'all have season wagers? We don't. Yep. Yeah, Basic said he's good. Yep. Oh, nice. The coach got there too? Yeah, I pinged him already. Yo. Everybody in the VC. Or get into the tournament lobbies if you're unmuted. It's only fucking Nicolette. Yeah. All right. Unmute? I'm not muted, am I? Oh, unmute the fucking show.
Hey, this is kind of like a team kill type of thing. Like they're both on the same side and they're just going at each other. Like, I mean, this is these two teams are.
Yo.
I know BTK.
Can you jump in cam as well, Basic? Oh shit.
But a lot of people have been DA fans.
Okay.
They've been kind of on this train to see them rise out.
He said he'd be ready.
Top winners bracket. I know I'm one of them. I'm definitely sure there's people out there, but again, you know, this is gonna be definitely one of the closest match, especially in the upper brackets. I know last one we said it was close. This one's definitely gonna
be close. I mean, last
what
one
up, man?
Thought it would be closer, but this one, I do.
Just me, Midnight, and you.
Joybotch adding back into the roster. It's more closer.
Basic
to
just
what
hopped
we
in.
call a BTK 2.0 or the Fallout Brothers, like I would like to call it, or the fans calling it Orphan Match. But whatever it is, we have the trio, the ex-BTK.
I pinged them, so I think they're logging in. Milo logged in. Basic should be logging in.
New kids, and you know, judging by DA's performance last weekend.
Solid.
I think there's a lot to look out for.
Oh yeah,
well, I mean, the BTK beat DA, but it was not this roster. And in talks with last night with Yato, this current roster was the original roster that was supposed to come out with DA. Something that they showed us last week too. Like, I mean, I believe
the yappers got to keep yapping until you guys get in there.
The Night Horde last weekend. This was a rejuvenated.
Milo, you able to get on cam?
The rotations were solid, and I mean, a lot of these team members members, Joybaj, T, Yato, they've been playing together for
I see one
long,
person on cam.
Shown in the synergy that they have. Not just that, but then
I don't know. It's a black screen.
Melon to the main roster. He was basically a main roster already. He's been playing for them, I want to say, for the last 3 or 4 weeks now too as well, and has a huge place, a highlight reel for them as well. But we're gonna go ahead and take a look here. Melon in the gold lane, Joybaj, Yato, Kush on the jungle, and a T. This is the team that MOBA Zane raised. He fed them their milk. He brought them up, called them monkeys at one point, but these monkeys were able to surprise OP just a year ago. Then, unfortunately, this year, Zane went out for some milk and never came back.
Zane went out? What the fuck?
A brand new family. And these guys were left to fend for themselves. And fend for themselves they have. They've created this brand new team, DA, and have been wildly successful.
I do want to, you know, try to change the narrative a little bit. For the side of DA, these guys have had success.
What is Private saying? I don't know.
Before Zane came into kind of the picture, right? You know, I believe they were on Ackerman, and before that, they were A77, especially Yato was there. I know T was there for a period of time back then when there was kind of like Galaxy, Merciless. I know Kush has been involved in that org too. So these players, even before BTK, they've been very, very strong, of course, with the success of the upset in the offline tournaments. You know, we kind of viewed them as kind of like the BTK 2.0, and now forming a team to go against, you know, the man himself. It definitely paints that narrative. But, you know, once again, these guys have done it all even before Zane.
Is that Neon's big bro?
Their, competitive place.
Ooh.
That's a great story. I mean, they swapped out the different Ackermans this time, it seems. So let's take a look at BTK's roster, Private.
Of course, we're gonna have a basic.
Yeah, I don't want to play a new MOBA.
New to the roam, but shining, Cold World, and Nicolette in the mid. I want to say fan favorites for North America right now.
Yo, can you guys hop on cams as well?
And the GOAT himself in the XP lane, Mielo. Just a strong team, and I said it yesterday too. One of the strongest versions of BTK that I think we have yet to see here in North America.
And it's very interesting that, you know, basic.
Gotta have a couple at least on cam.
Definitely, you know, these are kind of the off lanes that.
All right, let's do it.
Technically, don't involve a lot
Chris.
of synergy in terms of being able to hold their lane. But on the other hand,
I know.
Mid duo where it is Cold World and Nicolette. This is something, you know, quite different. We haven't seen this combination before. They've played against each other plenty of times. Even Cold World came from a jungle position into that marksman position, and now finding himself. And he also played mage for Gosu for a period of time, and now finding himself in the roam position for BTK. This man has done it all. I'm super excited to see how they face up against kind of the Yato synergy with Joybaj, especially back in the days.
She's in Niagara Falls.
So it's definitely gonna paint a
very
competitive picture for both of these teams.
What a view. That's what I'm saying.
I haven't checked out our little round table that we did, inviting both Yato and Midnight, Coach Midnight from BTK. We had a discussion about how and why they put in Cold World on the roam position.
Basic Mellow, ready up.
Told us that Cold World, his game sense and macro is on another level, which is true. I mean, Cold World has done it all in different positions, and this time he knows exactly what MOBA Zane needs and where he needs a support as a jungle main. So I think that's something that we have to pay
apples at Niagara Falls right now.
The longer the season goes, the more practice they have as a synergy, and we have some of the most confident players on each.
She's literally playing
like
from
he's
a fucking
the most confident XP laner in NA, if not, you know, in
I think it's only going to be able to be Zane and Milo.
We have Basic, who is also making plays.
I linked it to him. Let me get him in there.
About this matchup, you said.
Yo.
And I quote.
I sent him in the VC or the group chat.
And the rest of the weekend.
Group chat.
Explain yourself here.
We talked about this, right? Like, You know, DA is a very, very strong team. Yes.
Oh,
BTK
damn. Trex is a
complete new DA.
What the fuck?
And with, you know, roster swaps like
What happened?
and Ellen in this time around, I do think DA
that boy
has
switching
enough. And their performance against Night Horde was so clean and precise. I do think they have a great chance to take on the Bloodthirsty Kings this time around, Private.
Damn.
I think I used
Trex over here switching sides
for the Area 77 pick. So this one, I'm just gonna stick with statistics. And right now, BTK have shown that they are a powerhouse. We talked a little bit about Cold World, and especially coming in as a brand new roam for the team has even been like one of the most integral parts of BTK, especially in their victory over Gaimin.
They are
giving them their one
I've seen that shit
loss. So I mean, it's hard. I'm hard pressed to choose against Bloodthirsty Kings in this matchup.
One and only match, and one and only motto for the season, which is drink water and bad Matilda. So that's gotta be something that we give it to Cold World. I mean, with this matchup, regardless, it's either UA taking the bottom of that tier with the prediction list, or I dragged Private down with together because we have all neck to neck right now. So a lot to
Trex trying to not be biased, huh?
Depends on how well BTK performs this time. I mean, sometimes if it's
the chat tearing up, Trex
performs so much better on their good days, and then it's
he's switching sides.
Feeling today, so I'm looking forward to see how they do today. But before that, we have another giveaway for our lovely fans who are watching right now. I like how we're doing this early, guys. This gets us pumped and gets us ready.
They're gonna stop yapping here soon. ETA yapping should be over in about 30 seconds.
Are we seeing Marsman coming back, guys?
Yes.
I mean, yes, I mean we've been seeing the Rod, especially for the
I can't just start it.
And there's been little whispers of Granger. He's having an effect. He's maybe not at the tippy top of the
Trex made some
competitive play, but he's still hanging on by a tiny little thread
in
the position.
Yeah, I mean, Granger, it's definitely a pretty interesting hero, especially now with the Roger coming back into, you know, shining some light in the jungle. There's definitely a possibility that the Granger comes in, and you know, if you take a look at a lot of the Asian metas, a lot of them are experimenting with a lot of the 1-3-1s from back then, where they put the two fighters in. So you know, we do get kind of a breath of fresh air. So you know, definitely go and grab that Granger skin, because you don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe he's gonna be meta for the next MSC, you know.
We'll see.
And it seems like it all goes round and round in circles. And let's see if this match will go your way. UA.
My way. UA. My way. It will.
Well, I'm actually... Of course, no panicking right now. I mean, we talked a little bit about it last night.
Got some barbecue chips too.
On the same stream, both very confident in their team's ability here. I want to say Yato a little bit more outspoken, Midnight a little bit more reserved, doesn't want to give out too much. But we were talking about it, especially against the game against Area 77 and Gaimin Gladiators. There's a lot of picks out there. There's a lot of bans you can put, which leave open still many picks that can be utilized, and we're going to see how well both of these teams can kind of utilize that. We've talked about the Liu Yi, Nicolette, a special has I want to say
in moderations it's okay.
Liu Yi was the Liu Yi that we all were fearing. Nicolette was still feared on the Liu Yi back in her, I want to say, Team Sexy days, a team that she was on, I want to say 2 years ago. She brought in and actually was one of the ones that made me a fan. Of course, we're going to see that banned out by TA. They're not going to go ahead and take the chance of her getting her hands on that.
Is that Shark?
Now, with what BTK kind of has provided with us with a lot of the past matches, you know,
I gave him
something like an Harith, a pack coming out from their side lanes is something that we've definitely been quite used to. With the Louis being banned on the board, things like the Valentina and the Varya becomes a little bit more prio here. It seems like both of these teams are looking for some target bans, right? DA painting the story that, hey, we're going to focus on Nicolette's hero pool, potentially first picking a mage of our choice, things like the Vexon.
What up, dude?
Still available. And for side of BTK,
hello?
you know,
Yeah, what up? What up?
Especially since Louis
long time no see.
like the
Long time no see. How you been?
To flex onto that roam position.
Good. How your day?
You know, to make
we're going good. Yeah.
And of course, you know, the dominance.
Smashing some chips right now.
Style jungle, right? Kush and Mobazane both
are we gonna
very,
play
efficient.
The Red Final again?
Heroes like the Akai, the Barats, the Fredrin.
Am I going to offline again?
The lot going to be quite available. The Fredrin gets
are we gonna
out.
play Boo
like
last time in the Red Final?
Mage first pick into
oh shit!
A utility jungle like a Boxia as the counter.
Oh shit!
For the early games of this draft.
Dude, you didn't put on the teddy bear this time on cam. What happened?
Give it.
Or do you
I have to stand up. I have to try hard.
Just give it. The one thing is that I want to say DA of any of the teams here for
BTK or DA.
DA probably know BTK the most.
I'm going with BTK, but
I want to say personal experience with the team. Kush used to be a member of BTK way back before Yato and all of them. So I mean, they know each other. If anybody's gonna be able to kind of know.
It's mainly is it gonna be BTK 2.0 or 3.0?
Which we've seen. Zane can kind of get caught. He's prone to really want to stall the enemy jungler to start taking his minions early, and he can get caught sometimes. So we'll see if
the CC is a pain in the ass.
A little bit more disciplined, or if DA is able to find Zane and quickly collapse onto him.
Wow. So a very neutral start in my opinion for both of these teams.
They pick them shits right
doesn't
away.
Really give away too much. The same thing with BTK, right?
And Valentino and Export.
A matchup that we've seen pretty much numerous times is something that's not out of the ordinary. Nicolette.
That's can you like move out of the top?
Definitely feels like we have a rise of a early game Valentina in the draft. It's not something that has been significant.
No, bro, it's massive.
But you know, especially in the upper brackets, it seems like a lot of these teams really like it. Now you talked about the Barats. Barats comes out paired up with the Navaria. Side of BTK could opt to, you know, go for a marksman and deny some of the marksman picks, and you know, rely on Zane's wide hero pool, especially since they're probably banning out the Boxia, the Akai. Or
you got to win, Shark.
Up for Mobazane, let Cold World get a
who you think's gonna win?
Especially in the last pick, because BTK they do have the last pick available. Last pick is definitely something, a very good strategy that people like.
I think BTK win this game, but they win the trap so far.
The side of BTK missing a marksman and a roam, and the same thing goes for the side of DA.
Yeah, I'm wondering what we're gonna have here. I think
I feel like the Navaria might be a little bit of a tough time for
and ban out the Roger
BTK
here.
here.
I'm expecting either a Roger or a Harith ban out here to
either complement with what they're gonna be taking
or the counter. One of those as well out here. Basic has actually been very good. He's I want to say from the player.
Love it.
It's not every day. I mean, we've talked about this before. I'm more of a fan of the Hanabi when there's an Angela on the team.
I picked up the Kai.
Like that is a combination
that wild.
Is just nigh unkillable.
They banned the Hanabi.
Combination shield plus the flask of the Oasis. I'm not a huge fan of her without that, just because I mean I feel like that puts her up on a level that makes her more viable. That's the only team that plays
Hanabi, bro. It's only Melon. I've only seen him playing that shit, and they make it work
did have a lot of success with the Hanabi. Sans the Angela out there, so I mean a good call out by them, but like I feel like we're kind of ignoring the bigger problems for the whole of the meta, which is that Roger picked up.
I'm in a BC with Dez and Shark. We're watching the game.
I'm gonna go on with my playing strategy once again.
Yeah, Dez and Shark. We had Cardi in here too.
In the draft, especially since things like the Akai, the Export, even possibly the Valentina doesn't get banned out too often. The side of DA opting to ban out a lot of the sustained and the utility heroes that Mobazane loves to have, but you know, to be able to okay, never mind, I'm gonna take it back. There's probably no Masha coming in. Okay, maybe DA is gonna go with
so
Masha.
The CC doesn't harass him, I guess.
Let's do that, Private.
They ear it though, huh?
I'm disappointed. I don't like this.
I was a little confused with the Florida ban out there. I feel like that's a very tiny blip in a very large pool that Cold World has shown us thus far for BTK. Arlot being picked up, I mean, that's a pretty dominant. Wait, so that's going to be in Arlot Rome, I presume, for them, for DA, and then we're just waiting for that marks to be picked up by them. Do we go with the Roger to get countered by the Harris? No, we're going to go with the Ixia.
Yeah, it gets picked up.
Oh, he looked like a Roger
a little bit of light on this.
Zane looks like a Roger in real life.
It's a global ultimate that does not get affected by any
You travel together? Oh, like,
right? So things like Oxia that is
showered?
Asia server, foreign could potentially
understandable.
Right?
Understandable. What?
Like Matilda and Angela's definitely a possibility there. So I do see where DA is looking for, but I don't know if BTK strategies actually go for something like a Ube strategy.
The Ixia is a rough thing to deal with.
Mechanical hero
Zia on that Ixia earlier was just fucking insane.
I've never seen him play
things like the Kaja could also be
lost.
available
No
here.
way
I think he has a very wide hero pool that he can choose. And he opted to go for the Grok. The wild charge definitely works great, especially to deal with a lot of the CC and the no dashes coming out from Melon. So, you know, BTK with a pretty strong draft. DA, of course, a strong draft themselves too, but we will have to see how these two teams face up in their very first match of the series.
Oh, gee, who gonna win?
Who's gonna win?
I'm kind of wondering. I mean, we've got the backline dive from.
I think right now
you're gonna have to be very careful if you're.
I don't know. BTK's draft's kind of a little wild, but I feel like the Valentina is like a huge plus here.
I want to say the MVP for like the last 3 weeks.
I think
he's absolutely shined.
I think BTK won the draft. I've never, like you said, I've never seen Joybaj play Arlot, but
right through the entire team if he wants to get him.
We'll see.
Get to him, and then you've got the
I think it's gonna come down to Yato.
They also have a lot of dive for
to be able to shut down Melvin before he becomes that menace that we've seen here in a lot of their games.
All of
but
like
ladies
5
and
minutes,
gentlemen,
oh, you have to check in a house. That might be somebody flying in a house.
Devious activity in our last series of the night, the first game of this series.
You have two teams very, very proficient on
we'll see
strategy, the front to back type of strategy, right? Where you
they also have Milo, like like you said, they have a lot of dive to be able to get into that back line.
You know, front in the front. Devious activities, they got the Barats, the Arlot, and the
early game pressure
out in the front, and even try to get onto their backside if possible.
The
same thing with BTK, right? The Akai, the Grok, those are strong frontline heroes. Even the Export, it's going to be quite hard for both teams to kind of penetrate each other. Now,
they were just holding that mid hard.
Two common emblems on both of the roamers, Joybaj, with the Quantum Charge, along with the Quantum Charge coming out from Grok. So lots of utilities quite early on.
So what do you think is better as Rom, Joybaj or T?
Some mobility, but in terms of the emblems, besides the Quantum Charge on the Arlot and the Grok, relatively standard across the board here.
They hit a fucking curveball.
Like this composition from BTK combined with the emblems is like it's all about penetration, like just rushing through the enemy, getting to that back line, shutting down those squishies very quickly, and being able to close the distance, especially on heroes like Yato, who likes to really stay very far, poke out with a lot of those little sniping abilities. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Devious activity is going to be able to set up correctly, maybe delegate some of these fights. Or if it's going to be like BTK, just like they get the momentum, they are able to charge, they close it down, and then able to secure some of these objectives.
Well, you know, quite honestly, I think both of these teams are quite happy with how their draft is going on, right? The both front to back, they have you know, abilities to stop each other when it's necessary, right? CC can dive onto the backside, same thing with the Arlot. Versus for the side of BTK, they don't have too much necessary
armor. It's gonna be useless
for that.
Yeah, a nice well.
He might be able to get it back.
Is able to take down, almost take down the
she's dead. Joybaj, they got turtle. I killed for a turtle.
But Kush
on the back end. It was a first blood too.
The turtle.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a good pick off inside of BTK. They were able to displace T and get the last insanity off of them, but decided DA do pick up.
What was that? Was that a chick? What I just heard?
Even across the board. Now, if we take a look at some of the late game scaling potential, I do think Exia and Rithel matches up
he's somewhere
well,
fucking party outside.
I hear him. Different in the gold.
Yeah, dude,
this definitely have a lot more mobility in terms of the late game.
His neighbors are like turning up, dude.
Into like Has Claws, Berserkers versus Exia is
Bro,
gonna
tell
go
him to what
a much different route, right?
I'm telling
like
you.
The corrosion into DHS. So very different late game potentials from both these marksmen, but they both scale up quite well now in terms of the jungle, right? Akai and Baratz. Typically, Baratz has kind of a small advantage in terms of getting that retribution off, especially with the first skill, just a little bit more damage than Akai's burst, but he does have the heavy spin to be able to push enemies out, and also Baratz has ability to deal with that, right? The Daytona's welcoming to get some of the immunes off.
Oh my god, that damage.
Mobazane gonna have to use that heavy spin to get himself out of harm's way. They're almost able to close the distance on there. You're talking about late game, and I almost want to say, I want to point out something very specific about the kit of Akai, especially when it comes to a lot of these lord dances. Akai, every single time he uses an ability, he's going to get himself a little bit of shield on him, which helps him when it comes to a lot of these lord dances because he doesn't actually take damage. He's able to juggle a lot of those shields around to make sure he's not, whereas if Kush tries to juggle around a lot of these lord fights, eventually the lord is going to be able to take him down, which I've seen in a lot of these late game fights for BTK, that Mobazane gets really comfortable on that Akai, and they're able to kind of just withstand those that waiting period at these objective fights.
He didn't even clear. He's just going to the team
Seems
fight.
like Milo is going to be coming up. CC shortly followed here.
Oh,
down to about 50%.
What the fuck?
Kill onto Kush. Yato now the full barrage is out. Melon finds a kill onto Mobazane. Cobra very low.
The goat is carrying right now. 3 kills.
With a dash is going to be able to create some distance, but we are now sitting at a 1-3 for the BloodThirsty Kings. But another objective goes over to Devious Activity.
You don't think they got
they were able to pick up that objective. They almost
but
you know,
he got Toto
and winning
he
fight,
could have
just a little bit of overextension after the kill. They did kind of get traded there. The scoreboard is 3-1.
The XP
goal is still
right now.
Quite close for both of these teams. Now, one thing from the side of DA they do have is this range, right? BTK has a very
5-minute mark,
focused type of comp. They don't have assassins that can get onto the backside or high mobility heroes like CC or Benedetta to be able to get onto the backside of Yato. So if they are unable to shut down Yato, it might smell a little bit of a trouble. But on the other hand, Devious Activities, they don't have too much peel. Right, Arlot has a little bit of the CC. You know, Bratz can stand in front of the people, but Exia doesn't have
nobody fighting.
Like Tarizla to stop people.
Everybody filling each other out.
A weakness, right? If,
wait, Malo got
if
3
the
kills.
front lines
No
do
way.
Get softened up, or the position is not correct. You know, a wild charge can end their lives, or heavy spin from the backside.
That way he leave us. He don't want to stay with us.
A lot of trouble.
So he want a better team.
Even with a comp, Navarro is going to be quite safe in the backside, especially compared to what
I got 5 ballers on my team
in terms of their skills. It's still going to be quite the hard team fight. It's not convincing enough for me to say that, hey, Devious is going to be able to take this because Yato is not going to die at all. Yato's probably not going to die, but it's still going to be a hard match for Devious to get a convincing win here.
Man, I feel like it's going to come down to who is the initiator for a lot of these fights. Are you going to be able to start off with that final slash, which is going to allow Ixia to kind of put on the damage there? Oh, but we do have Kush is going to go ahead and start on this turtle on the back end. T and Mobazane fighting Mielo, trying to put on the damage on the Kush. You do have insanity followed by a wild charge. The combination able to take down Kush. Another well-placed combination from BTK. That's going to go ahead and...
They should have collapsed on T and took him down. What the fuck?
T doing a good job.
Like, dude, he's just having a good old time.
Oh, wait.
There you go. Zane retreed him? Why did Zane retreat him? I guess it is true. Yeah,
it's so interesting in that fight where you have the CC kind of zoning out the Akai for most of the fight, and then you also have the Xborg zoning out.
The gold gap is
Kush,
not that
but
crazy
the
yet,
difference
though.
is they were able to pick off Kush pretty much by himself, and the CC kind of falls shortly after. Now BTK takes the objective, no contestation, pushes their gold lead to a more significant margin this time around. It's about a 1k lead so far. Along with that, tower is just going to be pushed a little bit more. 1.7 now is going to be the overall difference here. BTK definitely having a strong showing. The front to back is working quite well. Even, you know, not able to get Yato in a lot of these team fights. It seems like the front line of, you know, DA is unable
I think
to
DA lost
sustain
already.
against the
It's
high
over.
burst and
I
damage
really
that
don't like
BTK
this Arlo
has.
pick. I
And
think it's kind
BTK
of
is just
useless
kind
here.
of able
I
to
don't know
win
why he
majority
picked
of the
that.
skirmishes so
Bro, he
far in this
walking
game.
around like a bot.
Yeah, and I was about to
I
say,
think he a bot.
just
Anyway.
a big difference when it comes to the
Anything would have been
CC,
better,
which is
like a
what Devious
Kaja.
Activities
I don't know if it was
kind of
open.
need to be able to burst down somebody from the
Kaja
side of
not
BTK
easy.
here. You got a
Audience
huge front
prediction?
line. You've got
Better than
yeah, you can see
Arlo.
here the audience predictions 20%
Not
for
really.
Devious Activity.
I
I feel like
got
that's pretty
Kaja.
generous for the amount of
so I'm not
BTK
sure.
fans that are in North America here.
Oh, ciao.
Yeah.
But like
Big
when
one
it comes to
should
these
know.
objective fights, there's a lot of tools in the
Hittable.
heavy spin, the wild charge,
Kickable.
Mielo being able to zone people out with that last insanity. A lot of tools here that can shut down Kush, that can stun Kush to leave open an opportunity for Mobazane to get the retry while Kush is either being stunned or zoned out. And it's something that the team of Devious Activity is going to need to counter if they want a chance here. As they go ahead, put some damage on the Mobazane.
Oh, shit.
Damn.
He gets taken out by
I know.
Kush.
Well,
20 seconds still left.
Nah,
but
Melon
at
died.
the top
That's
lane,
bad. Bad
BTK
trade.
finding themselves
And they
a
get the
trade.
tower.
Oh
you
yeah,
mentioned earlier that
fucking
Zayn
jungle for
typically gets
gold.
caught off from
Oh,
time to
maybe-
time.
maybe
Decided
even
BTK,
Kush.
they get the punish onto the top
the
side. They're able to pick up the marksman, which I
He
think
just
that's
retried.
quite a win on their hand. It just feels like the side of Devious, they're just like the export impact is just so crazy right now. 401 is his overall. He pretty much has 5 out of the 6 kills on the board in his hands.
Damn,
And the
Kush got
export
that.
is just so hard to deal with, especially
Yo, an
with the
ad
front lines
gotcha?
that the side of Devious has.
Doesn't really
Right,
happen, so you should be
CC,
alright.
you know, Barats, Arlot,
Tight
those are
shit.
heroes that get shredded down by the export quite easily here, and I think that paints a very, very good picture on wow.
It's the only way I make money.
Kush getting picked off and completely
Someone send me
blown
20
away
bucks
by
and I'll turn the
Milo,
ads
and then
off.
Potentially now Milo is able to get a few kills here and there.
That's a
He
good
has
deal,
the
bro.
immortality. He is in the front side. He also
better
got
than what
the
you
wild
got from
charge
that.
there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, big wall comes out.
Kush
Full
getting
Kush
pinned.
is out. The rest of the BloodThirstyKings are going to back up. Kush
That's a good
over
collapse.
in the back lines of BTK gets bursted down. Cole
I don't send the ads
himself
out, YouTube
an
does.
escape back home, and the Lord is reset.
You what?
I want to say BTK. I don't know what they're doing for like practice, but
said,
like,
"Get your money."
A lot of these engagements just seem so
your money up,
smooth,
not your
so
money up.
rehearsed. Wall up, immediate wild charge, immediate last insanity. Takes down Kush without, he doesn't even know what hit him. Yellow trying to zone out. Here comes another last insanity, not able to find the target, but the Lord being
Basic got
down.
T?
Basic does find a
Oh,
kill
yeah.
onto
That's a
T.
free
I
Lord.
believe this is going to be a free Lord for BTK.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
we
you-
haven't really
I think the
mentioned
ads
Milo
are
too
set
much here.
for like
He is
every
gonna be
28
leading in
minutes,
terms of
so.
the damage dealt chart, which is very, very significant for an XP lane, right? Xborg, typically you do build up a lot of the tanky items or axe into kind
I
of
try to
the
skip it if it's in the
immortality
game,
that
but
Milo has
I
right
gotta
now.
like
But
capture
right now with
highlights
the
and
brute
shit.
force, he's dealing tons of damage so far, being so extremely annoying. BTK here setting up with Lord marching down on the top side, gets the last sanity off here.
Yeah, he does not have any more. Oh, another wild charge comes in at the
Milo with the
cost of
zoner.
Colwell's life.
Oh my
Jose with the
god.
best
Joy Boz looking for a kill.
They got
onto
Melon.
him.
Ooh, but look at that
is-
damage.
Oh my
Kush
gosh,
got the
a
set.
lot of damage goes onto BTK, but the rest of the
Milo,
are going to
no
be able to
armor.
capitalize on him. Yellow
They couldn't even get his
still
armor,
has
bro?
that immortality, but he is dangerous.
He's fed.
The rest
He's
of Devious
4-0 and
Activity
4.
are going to have to back up as there is a Lord
Jesus.
at their
Like
top
he's an
base.
annoying export at this
Great
point.
fight coming out from the side of BTK. The
What is he
heavy
doing?
speed
He's a
up,
he's a
like,
ballsy man.
It was just a
Gotta
little bit
go.
too much for the side
Doing
of
too
DA
much.
to handle. Now there was moments
Look
of
at
greatness
Milo's
where,
goal,
you know, the
bro.
Brass was able to kind of get that knockback.
YouTube wants you to buy
Numbers
premium.
Came back and almost felt like
Yeah.
DA was able to get that burst through, but the team fight still went into the favor of the side of BTK. The gold gap 4.6k, about a 1.5 on the gold laner. Once again, you know, Irithel typically goes into kind of like that crit Malefic Roar. Berserkers has claws versus the Exia is going for a lot of the attack speed. We call it kind of the Trinity.
Yeah, the snowballs kind of started to happen.
Corrosion and DHS. You know,
low HP. What the fuck's that?
I think both are great, but it just still feels like DA is lacking a little bit in terms of kind of the peel department.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a replay here for that big push up there. We saw the wild charge. Cold World gets cost, but Mobazane comes in there, does get a lot of damage on there. We're back to the main game here. Mielo putting on the damage. He's like 3K above most of the players here, so able to.
Oh, he doesn't have ice cream.
Of his defensive items that you can see pretty much.
He's
an
not.
Example of there. They're not even.
Yeah, he's not slowing him down.
Yeah, I mean 404. He's gotten pretty much every single kill possible. You know, most likely highest damage dealt player in the game so far. You know, Valentina definitely, you know, playing more of a supporting act. Basic also farming kind of for the late game, but Milo definitely has, you know, shown himself, you know, put himself above the rest.
That's a fat wave.
Definitely showing a strong performance here so far. 5K gold lead, DA, you know, looking to see if they can get back into this game. They have what it takes, right? Novaria does able to have the ability to, you know, clear waves, prolong the matches. I think that's one of DA's strength here is the Novaria is still deathless. Right? Every single member has died, but the Novaria is being kept alive quite well, and I do think that is going to be the reason if the side of DA can get a little bit of reinforcement. But again, BTK playing a great game, especially on Milo. Side of DA really has to find a response against the export here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not just the export that that is the problem. I want to say BTK has been doing such a great job. When they're all here and they're not being zoned out, Cold World, it's wall, wild charge, into last insanity, plus Nicolette's putting on the damage as well. Kush in a little bit of trouble here. Is going to get popped up there and is getting bursted down. Mielo with another kill under his belt there. That's going to be, I believe, a 5 for him right now. 5-0 and 4, now stealing the purple buff while Zane goes ahead and secures himself a Lord.
This is a really strong team coming out from BTK, right? DA, especially with the new lineup coming in, the performance against Night Horde was so crystal clear. It felt extremely convincing, but this time around, BTK definitely shown that DA still has a lot of weaknesses that they have to kind of watch out for, because 7K at 15 minutes is not significant, but it's still extremely one-sided. BTK has all the outer towers available. Now they're getting a very good sync from both of the side lanes. The Lord is marching down, so I would say this is pretty much the most perfect scenario that BTK has. But once again, DA, they have the Novaria, should be able to get some clear going on, but I do think the siege is going to be quite nasty to defend against.
Yeah, attacking from all fronts right now. You can see one tower goes down at the mid. Big wild charge lands on the Kush. You can see Mielo
oh shit.
Barrage finding a kill onto Nicolette. This might be over for... Oh, Mielo has in the backline. Looks like he got left behind. And unfortunate heavy spin onto T is going to allow Basic to find
I mean, that's not bad for him. That's good.
Now, finally,
oh, look at the minions hitting the base.
In some of these team fights, definitely a small mistake on BTK's end to continue the siege even after the Lord is marched down. But look at DA's base. It's just wide open. There's some damage chipped onto the base tower, and the last outer tower is just, you know,
that was crazy that Devious activity was able to stop that, though. Being such a gold death.
First push right there. Now DA on the attack onto the top side.
I think Melon's kind of starting to come online.
Actually, using this momentum that they just got for that defense to its fullest. Unfortunately, with so little health left on that tower, I feel like you have a very small amount. You have a small window if you're DA to make something happen before you have to start answering stuff at your base. Possibly pushes coming, but I want to say they're starting to come back here, bringing down that gold lead to only 5K against BTK right now.
Yeah, I mean, the 5K lead, especially when we go on to this 17-20 minute mark where the Lord is just much more bigger. It's the gold lead is not going to be you know, too big of an impact, right, for both of these teams, and especially with the late game marksman scaling that Melon is on. Also the Rithel that Basic has, it's still quite an even match, but BTK, the front to back comp paired up with the CC from the wild charge and the heavy spin, it's a lot to handle for things like, let's say, a Barat or even the Arlo.
They showed
right?
everything.
They get displaced pretty much all instantly, and it's extremely hard to deal with. BTK definitely having a strong showing here. Milo coming into the battle, and members of DA just completely disengaged, right? They have to put the CC on the bot side. They don't have an inhibitor tower. They have to find a way to clear. It's going to be a 4v5 on most of these objectives. It's just the lack of the early game, the lack of the CC and the peel that DA has. They just don't have the perfect setup so far to be able to deal with the split push, you know, that bot side far wave that's just being pushed constantly, and it's just so annoying to deal with.
Oh,
yeah,
can they get his armor?
Mielo actually loses all of his Fraga armor, so he's gonna have to back off. Joybosh into the back line.
What the fuck?
Here comes Kush looking for an opportunity. Immortality proc for Joybosh. He goes down to Basic. T alone in the back line of BTK.
Wait, Melon though with
oh my god, Melon's damage. Zane.
No way they turned that around.
No retribution for BTK. The rest of the activity.
Wow.
Another kill. Melon finds a kill onto me.
What the fuck? Nicolette just went in there?
Melon flickers in for another kill. That is a triple kill for Melon.
What the fuck?
Yeah, the second that the Raga armor got picked up, puts BTK kind of in a very big disadvantage, because you look at the damage dealt, right? 71k from Export. He was huge, and majority of these team fights now, Yato is gonna be taking the lead in terms of the damage dealt. But the side of DA, especially when that Export does not have the Raga armor or Last Sandy available, Kush pretty much has a very happy time in trading a lot of these kills. Even Moba Zane, he held on to that heavy spin until the last moment where he did see an opening, especially to go against T, but it backfired, right? The Daytona's welcoming was there to catch Zane off guard. They do get the pick off, and the Exia scaling 5-2-3 now with the DHS, with the corrosion. He's hitting so extremely hard. It's now backfired for BTK that they don't have the gap.
Milo
they don't have the backline damage to be able to find Melon in any of these team fights. And if they keep it up right now, it seems like DA just has the power and the ability to just siege with the front back comp that they have.
And just like that, Devious activity find 4 towers of BloodThirstyKings here, now looking for their 5th. We're going to go ahead and start moving on to the high grounds of the top. Pressure through the mid. Mielo struggling, looking for an opportunity. You're trying to see that front line right now. Mielo heading up the front. World with the concealment.
Oh shit!
Here comes a big wild charge and a flicker finds a connection on the Devious activity. Team triple full. Barrage is out, but they close the distance too quickly. Melon got pinned. He's heavy spin against the wall. Basic finding his kills alongside Mielo. And now they are chasing MT in an unfortunate position here. Yato 100% support his escape, but it's not going to be long for T. And just like that, BTK turned this around.
Yeah, but Joybaj is still on the back.
I mean, either Zane or him.
Definitely still having a last chance.
They got a huge ass wave.
Survivability.
Yeah.
Getting pushed along with the bot side. Now that is a very
I mean, they got minions in 5 seconds.
20 seconds.
But I don't think it's enough, bro. They have no wave damage. It's over.
No,
it's over.
To hold on to this.
They don't have any skills left.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to try to. They're gonna need to try to take down these minions. Final Slash comes out onto Mobazane, looking to try to take down these minions. But look at the rest of BTK nailing into this core. That's gonna be game 1 going to BTK.
Yeah, the nail in the coffin here. BTK able to get the victory in a 21-minute fashion game. The gold lead is still quite close, but the BloodThirstyKings.
They did almost sell it though.
Out on top. And, you know, we
I actually thought BTK might have lost that at one point.
Milo was able to get that last
when Melon was going crazy,
especially since his armor was.
Melon just started literally popping off, bro.
To get the fights that they were looking for that win. So you know, if BTK is just a little bit more patient, they should be able to take this quite convincingly. And you know, they were able to do so just that. Now DA with a different strategy coming through, it's quite close.
Yeah, Milo went
we saw
crazy.
a little bit of momentum when they, you know, decided BTK did
even
fall
die.
a little bit under the base of DA. They were able to get a few towers, get some push in, but the overextension kind of cost them the game. Milo was able to kind of pull through once again. The last Insanity hit gets off plenty of damage. The rest of the crew from BTK just coming in and cleaning up the whole entire fight.
Yeah, I want to say they lingered at that base a little bit too long. I don't blame them, though. You have the opportunity. You have the leg up on BTK. Why not try to press that to your advantage? Unfortunately, getting caught, and then BTK very quickly being able to turn that around. But the beginning of this game,
yeah, I mean, with they just kind of got cocky and overextended onto BTK. Like if they would have just kept playing Lords, like instead of just doing a random ass team fight. Yeah.
I want to say goes off to Nicolette, Cold World,
yeah.
and Yellow.
I don't know what that call was to do that push down mid.
Immediately, as soon as the
that was a little dangerous.
They didn't even have a chance to react because there was already a wild charge coming for them. Nicolette coming on
Still
with the Frighten.
21-minute game.
And then before they knew it, before the Frighten wears off, you've already got a last Insanity on its last tick and doing the damage. And Kush was just getting obliterated early game. It felt like this composition, it was either the composition or the actual team felt like they just needed some more time than BTK was willing to give them to kind of find their footing, find that advantage, and unfortunately it was just a little bit too late against a team like BTK.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the times, a lot of the damage dealers do outshine a lot of the utility focus, but I do think in this match, Milo and Cole will definitely shine the most in this very first match, right? The wild charge impact plays. He was always there in the beginning. He did get some pickoffs here and there, and even some of the walls are quite annoying to deal with. And when we talk about Milo, right, the rotations coming in, getting the first peel off, getting the last Insanity, getting those picks that were so extremely important, led BTK pretty much to the success of this match. Rich Guy is going to be going to basic. The carry, the highest damage dealt was Yato on the Novaria. Sandbag, of course, belongs to Mr. Moba Zane himself. And the forgotten one taken by the support cast, Nicolette, a very support-oriented mage. Definitely well-deserved here, Private.
Well, yeah, and then also doing her job. She was there for the damage and to get that little Frighten CC on there, and then to just give up those kills for let them stack on to Mielo, who was just doing such a great job. So hats off there to kind of have that restraint, especially because I want to say that she can, especially on that hero, do a decent amount of damage, but I want to say just doing what she's supposed to as a utility there, and the other place of damage there. DA, I want to say the draft not it didn't feel like it melded well together. There really wasn't a lot of protection for Ixia. You really had to rely on a mistake from BTK where they all suddenly decided that they needed to back up and they were on the retreat. And that's the main point where they were able to find solutions with the Ixia. She was able to catch them leaving or had them like kind of on the back foot.
Fucking Moba Zane got the sandbag this time.
Very last engagement. There was really nothing protecting the Ixia when that full barrage went out, and we saw them able to close the distance very quickly on there.
Hold on, that might be a
human. You know, it's hard to peel Ixia off.
Let's notice how many people edge into her, blown her, so she go back to... Bro, what?
Right, Grok.
What?
Skill, immune.
That's a real human right there. That's the first normal comment from Mr. Dick. I'm looking at the bottom.
Really hard to do.
Shark disappeared. He like swam away.
Immune opportunity with a lot of the CC. So it's just quite the hard comp that
he said these matches were too boring and then just left.
Going over the head-to-head, it's
gonna be is the zestiest wiper in MLBB. Please bring him back next season. This man got wrist. He kicked tracks to his toes crying.
His side, and
Monster Hunter player
just a
2391.
bit more in favor of Cold World. So definitely good job for the side of BTK. I know
that's
he ended with a
0,
1, and 10. You know, very, very small deaths, almost 0 to no mistakes here for Mr. Cold World.
Never mind, Chad. Take that back.
Pretty much take the series now. The not the series, but the match. But team fight participation across the board, very much well done for both of these teams, I would have to say, right? High kill participation. Novaria 100%, Milo 80% stands out from the BTK lineup, and the damage dealt.
Start game 2.
If it wasn't for Yasho, Milo definitely should be holding it down. And for the MVP candidate so far in this series, very, very high damage, high mechanics in terms of his rotations, his way of using the last insanity. And you could see how BTK just heavily relies on Milo to provide kind of
the draft's already started, so the yapping should stop in like 15 seconds.
Waiting for
hopefully
to use that heavy spin. And you know,
I don't even listen to what they're saying, but it's just like a noise in my ear.
It is like just it's the background noise.
Game, it just seemed like BTK's composition shined a little bit.
It's like when you're out in public.
I want to say that great utility and damage in the early game where it was the wall.
To be honest, even me as a caster, I've hardly even listened to them while they're in game.
From Nicolette, and then of course the damage that came from that last insanity. Whereas on the other side, you didn't really have things that gelled that well together. You were really banking on that late game damage on there. I mean, the only real CC that you had on the side of Devious activity was the final slash Arlot, and then you were just kind of. Yeah, it's not enough, and you were kind of hoping. I mean, you're just hoping that they stick together, they don't move, because they're definitely going to try to get out of it. There was just so much CC on the side of BTK.
I feel like Yue doesn't bring enough attention to his analysis, and I feel like Private's just too damn energetic.
An outstanding draft for BTK.
That's why things like Terizla has kind of shined a little bit of light in the recent.
Like, why the fuck's he talking about Terizla right now? No one fucking plays it.
Honestly, quite good. Even with just a small stun, that's still better than kind of a no stun.
Like, talk about what the fucking draft could be. Like, talk about the possibilities. Talk up why these people are banning what and why. What is the Fredrin ban for? It's for fucking MOBA Zane.
Generally, it's just
you know why they're banning the Angela? Because fucking DA likes Angela.
The reason why we don't see it.
This dude's fucking talking about Terizla.
It needs a very significant frontline to
That's why we even pay attention.
A lot of the dive focus metas, right? The Roger that goes onto the backside, CC, and even the export.
Like, why the fuck's he talking about Roger?
A lot of the front. So definitely.
I don't even understand half the shit he's talking about right now.
Maybe a more interesting strategy. The Angela gets taken out, so, potentially no Hanabi.
That's what I'm saying, dude. At least be a professional yapper if you're gonna yap.
Interesting with the mind games, kind of like what GG does. They take a hero and they win with it. And
I gotta use the restroom on that note.
Like, you know, that we played quite well with that hero. We're not gonna let you have it. Export gets taken out. I think that is a very good response considering how Milo pretty much impacted the whole entire game with it.
Yeah, which is interesting too, to take that out there. Wondering what the plan in mind there. They're going to have CCs taken out for devious activity. Even just what you talked about. They played it before. They're not going to let a BTK have it. I'm assuming traditionally we'd see the I want to say Barats or the Akai Barats coming in from which means we're going to be leaving open I want to say the mage pick and a strong XP lane possibly
for that, bro.
It's so interesting that North America really loves this Barats pick, and you know, to not take it away, Barats is a very great hero, but we don't really see a lot of Barats being picked up so extremely early. I think things like the Boxia with a little bit anti-heal might provide a little bit more. But DA looking for the Faramis and the Arlot. Now this opens the Lu-E to be available to deal with the Faramis. If not the Lu-E, right? Valentina, IMU, you know, cold, you know, NetherRealm versus NetherRealm. That's a great matchup. You could also slide in the Odette. That I kind of mentioned. It's a great response towards the Faramis Swan Song. I know Rem is out there shining. I know it's an Odette main out there. Odette is very good against Faramis. I would like to see it happen. We don't get to see the Louis in action, but the Valentina does come out to play. Nicolette with a great Valentina game from the last one, so definitely something exciting.
Aiko roasting you.
Another pick available.
G has some beef with you. I said, come on, I want to see some caster beef.
Really likes, you know, allows the Herod to kind of be in the 4 versus 14 fights and allow Milo to carry on the split push role. So you know, the Herod can just kind of be annoying, be a nuisance in a lot of these teams.
The Herod has been chosen a lot recently.
I think, if I'm on the side of DA, I'm looking to maybe pick up Paquito, or it might be taken out in this ban phase, because that's the big.
The fair miss is
magic damage on the BTK side, so you're looking for some type.
I think the fair miss might be the problem.
With only the XP laner and the roam pick left.
Damn, they're running it back.
Very few options there.
Like, they don't even care about
DA feeling very comfortable with the
Claude's. I think Claude's like the second most used marksman on EH right now.
This time, because I really felt like we could not take off, because there was just never,
and they don't even pick
there were very few opportune moments for Melon to really find a good position, be able to pull out that full barrage.
I was looking up some of the statistics earlier, and I was like, God damn.
Resistance and crushing him.
So things that
it's so much different overseas.
For me, in terms of the XP, I like the Terizla. Right, I think the Terizla is quite underrated. It has come back into the shine, so definitely something that DA should consider here. Things like the Kaja and the Franco, the suppressions, and especially with such a big hitbox that Brad.
Yeah, Claude's been played 23 times.
He's able to get the bloody hunt either onto the Brats or even the Herod. That's gonna be a free.
The Navaria equally.
Now, yes, I did say that it's.
Oh shit.
Fucking sheriff.
It did this.
Frozen for you?
Yeah, frozen for me.
It's very hard to slot exit.
Oh, came back.
Recent with the lineup that BTK has, it's too dive heavy.
It hitting us with the loading screen. Oh, it's lagging a bit now.
I think Exia with the corrosion and DHS is gonna hurt Mobazane on the Brats quite significantly here, and Joybosh here goes with the pick. I love it. I love it. The Kaja and the strong
cleaned up.
Possibly one of the strongest sustained and clear.
Damn, they got Arla. Where's the fucking tankiness here?
Pairs up quite well.
I guess the fair miss.
I don't like Faramis and Kaja.
Great adjustments.
Yeah.
Like that, there's no burst.
But you do leave open. I'm assuming that we're going to see a Paquito on the side of BTK potentially here. Kaja, you're gonna have the divine judgment.
To be honest, I'd rather like Milo to go fucking like Yuzong or something to get that Ixia.
Ixia takes some time to kind of come.
But Paquito could burst the front line and kill the fair miss pretty fast.
With I believe his Shadow Stampede, he can close the distance.
Rizla.
Hit them with his other ability. Depending on how many people are around, he deals a lot of damage. But you're definitely going to need something. And that's a lot of setting potential on the side of BTK.
Two of the strongest sets get slotted in for the side of BTK to kind of well-round their draft with a lack of CC in the first 3 picks. I think it's extremely smart. Side of DA has a couple of choices. One to negate CC with something like a
They don't care about that. They realize
more
like
utility style like the
it's not really game changing.
Right? So I think those are 2 of the available. They can also go for the Akai, right?
You know
that's going to be triple CC with the Akai, the Kaja, and also
the Yue was right.
There's still options available. I don't think Fanny is going to get slotted here. I know Kush is.
Oh, he just came in talking about Rizla off some weird ass capping.
Not do so well, but Nolan does come out to play.
That boy prayed to the yapping gods and it came true.
A lot of the assassins, I feel like, don't really find a lot of success, especially in the top tier pro games. But Nolan is an outlier in terms of that. A very, very high win rate, especially in Asia. Gets banned out quite a bit. And just judging from the amount of magic,
I don't know, let's see. Maybe the Nolan works.
It's enough to warrant a very damage heavy.
I think Nolan's used overseas quite a bit too.
DA definitely having a different strategy this time around.
Not as much as I suspected.
Against BloodThirstyKings this
time.
I
like Joy better here.
I'm not completely opposed to the normally against
and Nolan picked 11 times.
There, I might be like, there's a lot of CC on the side of BTK, but this is an answer to what I was bringing up before. You have the divine judgment. Where's the burst to take him down? If you don't succeed with Nolan in the early game,
like the stream, everybody. We're at 82 likes. Help the YouTube algorithm. Do it on Dez's stream as well.
To actually really find that synergy for this
let's get
activity composition. But ladies and gentlemen,
who's Nolan gonna burst? Yo, mama's booty.
Looking for some revenge against BTK here in our second game of the series.
Oh, let's go. Well, you know, let's talk about some of the jungle matchup. Nolan, pretty much one of the fastest players in the game so far. He's so efficient in the jungle. He should be able to get from buff to buff, and even going up against a Barats, which does quite well in the jungle. Look at Push. He's already moving on to his little green camp, got both of the buffs, and potentially looking to fight out for the Little Wanderers. Early aggression from both teams. We know Kaja, Valentina, Faramis, all aggressive quite early on, right?
Ooh, and here's a little bit of that penalty you pay
what's
assassin jungler. You see already.
What's your time in the game? I'm at like 107.
Ooh, Yato taken very low, but BTK already starting to encroach on the jungle of Devious activity, looking for an opportunity to find Kush alone to maybe be able to find the kill.
Yeah, I feel like Devious activity is a little too squishy.
Look at some of these emblems.
Don't do your mom like that.
Aggressive emblems coming out from the side of DA. A lot of damage, just raw damage from the very first talent. Of course, Wilderness blessings across the board. Even the XP laner has it to be able to rotate from the far lane into some of the team fights, right? So very aggressive emblems coming out from the side of Devious.
Yo, they want to go on Milo.
A bit more sustained, right? A lot of Brave Smites on different characters across the board, even some mobility, but overall just very sustained, very tanky from the side of BTK. On the other hand, you know, it's interesting. We do have something that's different. Kush on a tank emblem.
Kush is gonna go for blue.
Nolan, I'm not sure if I saw that correctly, but it was a tank emblem I did see. So just a little bit more
I think the emblems that were flying were wrong.
Presence that BTK has, but you know, a turtle.
I think Kush had a tank emblem, but I think he's got lethal ignition.
See here, BTK uncontested for that first turtle. Now pressing their advantage into the jungle of Devious.
That is true. I don't know how.
It's not enough. Getting scooped up is Joybot. That's gonna be a first kill. 2 kills now for BloodThirstyKings.
It was Kush. Jerry, I don't know if you can get his build.
Is quite convincing. They're just able
to make sure
into deep
enemy
territory.
Going for the counter
the team fight that they're looking for, get the pick off. It's about a 1k gold lead. So you know, BTK, I feel like now they just love playing this kind of neutral game in the beginning. They get their small advantages here and there, just small outplays, small skirmishes that they're able to win.
Who are you gonna interview? Should it be Zane?
Afraid of with the Nolan pick in the early game. There is just so much CC on the side of BloodThirstyKings that wherever Nolan tries to creep in, he's gonna have issues. Even trying to close the distance
what I was thinking.
On anybody in the lanes, he's gonna have problems. Even if he does close the distance, he's gonna have trouble trying to get away from there. So it's all
Full world this time. Is he doing good?
Another
he doesn't like to turn on his camera.
Devious activity.
Yeah, and it is a tank emblem, Nolan.
He said I have to pay him 20 bucks.
We've seen the support emblem Fredrin coming out to play with kind of like the battle build with the brute force. This time we do get to see a Nolan on a little tank build, so something quite interesting here. BTK, they do deny away the blue buff. The bully ball kind of continues with the brats, and you know what you're scared of, Private, is just coming.
20 bucks to see his face.
BTK is just dominating across the map. They're just denying waves and jungle creeps over and over, and this time around,
yeah, I contacted production. They're gonna review it after the match.
Early rotations.
Yeah, and just like that, Nolan losing his purple buff hurts so much because the biggest problem. Ooh, nice little divine judgment there, catches on the cold world, followed up by a penalty zone. 2 nether realms are out. Neither team able to find the advantage, but all the while this is going on. Mobazane picking
That's what I don't like for
the
Amis,
turtle
bro.
as
Just
well.
go
What I was gonna say is that when
or
you
something that you can combo with.
Kush actually getting picked up here. Oh, Melon's gonna be able to do this.
The chase, they want him.
Cold World and Nicolette in tow. Melon uses that flicker to get himself to safety. But Kush without the purple buff, the thing that makes a Nolan so strong is his ability to spam his abilities so quickly. And you need
tell him it's included in the prize money.
You need to be able to kind of to get a lot of that back. Without the purple buff, yeah, he can spam his abilities, but he's useless for like.
I sent CW 20 bucks so he'd be happy.
And
maybe that's why he's performing so well.
Has not been as significant as I'm offended coming out.
That $20 buff.
That's something that DA kind of has to try to find a way to get around, right? Joybaj, the suppression that he has is
gotta make sure my players are topped up, you know.
Pull punches. Mobazane just sitting underneath the purple buff. No care in the world. Doesn't even mind that the Kaja's there. It's like, hey man, take the divine judgment, give it to me.
A money buff.
That's gonna stop me. And the side of Devious is really showing here that there's no burst damage early on to be able to connect with the divine judgment. Exia needs time to farm. Nolan definitely needs a lot of time to farm. And Fairness is not a significant burst mage. It's more of a kind of like a long-term burst with some of the AoE, but divine judgment. Not divine judgment.
We do have another round coming out there. But to add on to your point, even
that's what I said,
even if you find the target, how are you going to get to that target when you've got Cold World with so much CC? Mielo can punish you with a penalty zone. There's just so much CC that even if you find the divine judgment, any type of closing the distance is going to be to the detriment of
Jesus Christ. Nicoletta's aggressive.
To that mid tower, still able to get away. Joybot coming from the side. A very
oh my God, how did she live?
Another round, I'm offended, comes out.
Melon whiffed. What was that all?
Does not help, unfortunately, for Devious activities. BloodThirstyKings gonna walk away with yet another kill.
But they have no burst.
Yeah, another divine judgment opportunity that did not convert into a kill. 3-0 is on the board, but divine judgment is a skill that even when it goes into the late game, still has the possibility of singling out a specific target. And that's what DA kind of has. They have the R-Lock.
Ooh.
Before that.
That was a good grab.
He's gonna have to expend that flicker. Mobazane and the rest of BTK basically have this purple buff on cooldown. They know the timing of it. And Mobazane able to get another purple buff.
T's no flicker.
In trouble. NetherRealm is out. It is gonna help them get an escape. Yellow looking for an opportunity. And 2 stuns for DA. They get pushed back into the mouth of BTK. And
no, you said that.
Man,
what time you are?
Zane is eating good this match. 2-0-3.
You said that her to ask it that way though.
Able to get another one here.
It's like, oh shit.
And it's
I knew she was a savage.
The risk that they took of picking up this Nolan, right? Typically, when you go for the assassins, you want a very hard frontline set tank, something like an Eden or a
Savage S
in the front side in the bush. And his overall objective is to clear some of these bushes and get a very deep CC, a multiple CC stun. But this time around with something like a Kaja typically is not very bush check viable, right? He's kind of an assassin hiding in the back. Goes with the divine judgment off the cooldown of the flicker, gets a guaranteed pick off and rinse and repeat. But the side of DA, especially in the early game, they're unable
BTK 2.0 outdated
to get that guaranteed pick off, and that's kind of the reason why Devious is struggling. They don't have any way to counter a lot of these fights, to punish a lot of the mistakes that BTK might have, especially
what I'm drinking.
Choose for the commit, and you said it quite well early on. Cold World, too much CC to deal with, even with the
Oh, he made it out. 2 NetherRealms are out. Final Slash has been used. T in a little bit of trouble, and we're looking for more damage. T actually able to find himself and escape, and both teams walk away without taking a death. So, I mean, I guess looking up for devious activity in there that they didn't lose anybody, but it's already going to go ahead and set up for BTK, who's already going to start focusing on this next Lord.
And even with the split push strategy that DA has, Nolan definitely can do
the two-hander
in terms of the split push, but that just gives away a lot of the neutral objective that DA has already lost early on, right? There was not much contesting in terms of some of the turtles coming up, and even with this lore, there's just almost absolutely no contestation. DA, they are struggling in terms of finding the pickoffs that they're looking for. Maybe this conceal might make a difference, but I think BTK already spotted it here.
Yeah, and unfortunately for DA, not able to find anything with that conceal. Some good placement from Nicolette and Cold Worlds. Very patient with it right now. They're going to have some minions and the Lord crashing out the bottom. So they're looking for an opportunity here. DA knows what's up. It's going to be 3 v5.
Oh, I think I'm oh my god, that is right. What the fuck?
2 down, 3 down. for Devious activity. BTK
wow.
right through them in this bottom lane.
You know, Private, maybe next
bro,
week.
I thought this match was gonna be close.
You know,
bro, uninstalling.
Because it's hard.
I thought we were gonna be close.
Completely dominating in the
Jesus
first two matches
Christ,
here.
11-0.
Yeah, and that's going to be it for Kush and Yato and
GG's.
the core. BTK
yeah.
the quickest match of the night, beating
I heard or seen
with a 10-minute and 36-second match here against Devious activity.
11-0 Private. A clean sweep from the BloodThirstyKings here. The all-star lineup of DA is unable to get even just a kill, a punish off of BloodThirstyKings. Here 11-0 and 34 is the overall KDA. BTK played a great game, and when we take a look at their draft, it was so smart, right? They had 3 members that was slotted in early on: the Barats, the Harith, no CC available there, even with the Valentina. But they added on the Ruby and the Terizla and just made their comp so extremely tough to deal with. The front line had the ability to, you know, peel off anything that they're looking for.
BTK going for the 3-0 if EA doesn't wake up.
And the bet that Devious activity had, right?
Watch a guy incoming, Roger.
Up with the Kaja, typically it's just not where we
Mobazane has 3 heroes.
Very, very strong, especially when you pair it with Grok, with an Edith or
Midnight is drafting for BTK, yes.
But the Kaja, you know, it just didn't really find the pickoffs that they were looking for. The 2-3 divine judgments that he did try to put out just ended up failing. You can see a lot of zeros across the board for the side of Devious activities. It's just not the game that they were looking for. The risk didn't play off. Honestly, it was a well draft done by the side of BTK. It almost had no weaknesses against the composition.
That's crazy.
Well put, and even with the early game aggressiveness with the Barats, with denying the purple buffs, going into the red side to, you know, create havoc. BTK.
I got 2 highlights for today, both triple from both. GG and BTK.
Yeah, you can see here, a typical for BTK, basic with the gold per minute.
What was some of like the big goes here?
With some of the AoE, but divine judgment, not divine.
Yeah, we do have another one coming out there, but to add on to your point, even
not divine. Long.
When they
we're still able to get away
this was a kill.
Detriment of Devious activity.
I just expected this game to be like more even, bro. But
625. I'm capturing highlights right here, chat. 625. This was a good outplay. That was a good outplay.
I'm offended comes out, finds a kill onto Kush. Full barrage does not help. Unfortunately for Devious activities, BloodThirstyKings gonna walk away with yet another kill.
Yeah, another divine judgment opportunity that did not convert into a kill. 3-0 is on the board, but divine judgment is a skill that even when it go into the late game,
we do this purple buff.
Oh, that was a good one too, right here.
Same shit.
Yeah, we do see that.
All this the BTK invade. Am I? Oh yeah, that's because I was copying and pasting. I got push to talk on right now. What? Am I still cutting out? I don't even know. I think I was talking about I went back in time to look for more highlights. And I was gonna call this the BTK invade.
He's gonna have to expend that flicker. Mobazane and the rest of BTK basically have
welcome to the crew.
Buff on cooldown. They know the timing of it. And Mobazane able to
that was a good penalty zone
buff for himself. T in trouble. NetherRealm is out. It is gonna help them get an escape. Yellow looking for an opportunity, and 2 stuns
right there. What in the world, yo? That was the cold world set. Hold on here. We're gonna name it that. Let's do 720 to 726. Call that the Wombo combo. The cold world set. Alright, I like it. Alright, that's enough. Let's go back to live. I hit the volume instead.
Something that I like. I think things like the carry and the Kaja could have paired well, especially dealing with something like the Barats. Those are things that are available, but you know, DA is not opting to go for those picks, and I think it's just biting them in the butt.
The game quality? Are you talking about like how people play?
Right now in North America, we've super hyper fixated on Ixia as like the end all be all right now.
Hyper fixated on Ixia.
The fact that she's basically a sitting duck. You could put a flicker on her, but if you don't have something that's able to
fucking super yappers going at it.
They're still going at it.
Was that Zane's pool? Yeah, I don't think it was during playoffs though.
The run before that.
Yeah, we do see that He's gonna have to expend that flicker. Mobazane. And Mobazane able to get another purple buff for him.
Yeah, no, it was Cold World.
In trouble.
It was 100% Cold World. Watch this.
Get an escape. Yellow looking for an opportunity.
Bam. Oh, it was a combination. It was Cold World and like Zane pulled them to him, but Cold World ended up locking them in via the Barats like pull. It like super locked him in. That was a good catch. That was a good catch, bro. That was a good catch. I heard him use the I'm offended though.
Oh.
Like look. So you see Whole World's ult. His ult just came up. You can see it just came up right there. And then you can see Mobazane's like ability dropped right there. And then it pulls them back. And then you'll see right here, Cold World like locks them down with his ult.
For D and get pushed back into the maw of BTK and picked
that was crazy.
Paul again.
And the yappers are still going at it.
They're not able to get the performance that they were looking for. This is pretty much the Dark 19 that we all
Jesus Christ.
They're gonna give BTK a very hard time. And so far, we're not exactly getting to see that. Yes.
There's already been 3 bans in the match.
Is things that we cannot take away. But in terms of finance synergy, BTK is just dominating and just vibrating all like anything in its path. They're just completely destroying it, and it's just not
tag me up top
anymore. Milo popped off. Cold World 100% KP popped off there. Mobazane, of course, still holding up strong with that leadership, 100% KP. I don't think this game is going to be any different.
Yeah, one of the biggest talking points for me when it comes to
chat, we got to flame Trex now.
The season, or even throughout seasons, plural, is that the synergy
Trex the traitor
last season with his team put everything on his shoulders. If you want to beat BTK, attack Mobazane, ban out Mobazane, bing bang boom, it's done. He was going to be the strongest part. That is no longer an option here because you've got the rest of BTK
Fried or Milo. I'm a Milo fan
I
actually.
talked about it before. I think it was off screen I talked about it, but even if you give him an Akai or if you give him one of the last picks in his
I like Chicken now that he like cut his hair when he had long hair. I was like,
the rest of the composition will support that pick in a way that it still becomes a problem for you. And right now, Devious Activity having problems even trying to get that early game, finding out those little things to make some of these. They have strong picks in mind, but they're not setting the stage to make those picks successful. The Ixia, the lack of CC, the lack of the early game in that first game that they had. And that's just where BTK is starting to shine here. We can see some of the normal picks here, focusing on the support roles there. Matilda and Angela going to be banned out for BTK. Xborg and the Farama is going to be taken off for Devious Activity.
And I do want to give a shout out to Midnight. I think it's a PH caster.
How does
he's been helping out BTK with a lot of the drafts, and definitely very, very impactful.
How does he talk so much but say nothing?
He pretty much secured and well-rounded.
That's the definition of yapping right there.
The biggest frontline sets. Right? Like,
can I show the bracket? I think you can find it on star.gg.
You're not getting
They'll show the bracket at the end.
Getting onto the backside, you have to face those two things in front. And you know, Midnight is able to kind of build a draft around what BTK is so good at, and you know, they're shining right now. It's very convincing that the draft fits with their style. The coaching is helping out.
The boy said went to go get a water.
Show no more. You know, we got players like Cole World, Nicolette, Milo, so much impact, and also Basic, right? He's not even getting his moment to shine anymore on, you know, in the gold lane, just because the games are just closing out so early. He's getting, you know, some good KDAs, getting some pushes here and
I think there might be a flex scoring cap.
You know, so in front. You also see
Spirit messaged me about it as well.
BTK is just
what time? It's 8:06 p.m.
I've talked to Milo and gotten, I want to say, I don't know how to say, but like his
mentality, maybe
the way he approaches the XP lane, yeah, his style for this, and he's always kind of seen it as the XP laner. Their primary role, especially in the early game, they set the tempo for a lot of objectives. It's on the XP laner, and he takes that whole pressure on. When it used to be the Terizla pick, he would kind of come in with that penalty zone. We've been seeing it as he front lines with the X-Borg as well, but
that boy's done broke the system.
He is the one that kind of carries
his capped his flex coins, man.
A lot of these objectives, especially in the early.
I knew at some point someone was going to.
The big thing as it starts getting more into the late game, that's when the rest of the team. That's when you have your marksman starting to get fed up there. That's when you have your mage starting to get more and more damage. But he's been executing here to perfection. Here we've talked about him, especially in the first 2 games here. I do like this pick. Devious activity.
Didn't see that one coming.
Some CC, some tankiness, a front line. Thank you, Lord.
But the opening from BTK it's so convincing already. It is still a little bit kind of like that old school style that we've seen Valentina, Fredrin, right? You know, it gets a little bit old, but it is still just one of the strongest retries in the jungle. You also have the Valentino, the IMU to take the Minone's Fury. So, you know, it's definitely a well-rounded draft here. DA with a pretty good response too, right? The CC that they were lacking, now they're able to get it, but they're picking up a utility style jungle instead of kind of like the assassins that they looked for the last game. So it's a little bit countering what the style that they're looking for, but definitely a lot of front line and a crazy response from the side of BTK. Barat, Minotaur, that's fine, man. I'm gonna take a carry with the Purify. I'm gonna be able to hit through all the front lines at Novaria.
Oh shit, they pulled out a carry.
To be able to, you know, get the snipes off a carry, especially with so much dashes that he has, it's gonna be quite hard. I definitely feel like
ban the Ixia
with Yato style.
Yeah, they'll probably ban the Harith actually
on this hero throughout the regular season. If even in the last match, you know, I think he maybe died, or not the last match, but the very first game, he maybe died once or twice at most. Didn't take too much damage, so this definitely does prolong the game a little bit. But BTK's draft here so far,
I haven't seen it diggy in a hot minute.
Towards the front line heavy that Devious has, even with the CC that they provided, the carry is just so extremely smart here by here.
Well, welcome to NA.
I was gonna get a little worried for Devious activity because they hadn't picked a marksman. I was like, man, if all answers point to Ixia again, I'm gonna be very upset. But BTK, they're like, you know what? Show us something different. We'll help you out. You don't want the Ixia here. They're gonna go ahead and take out the Roger pick as well. Something interesting from Devious activity. They're gonna take out
Roger's a good counter to carry though too.
Possibly looking for well, you don't have the CC out there anymore. It's very interesting. Milo did play a decent Uranus in the past as well. I'm actually, it's gonna be interesting. We'll see what we got.
I captured a good highlight, like a little highlight with a combo of Barats and Ruby. It was kind of quick, but like Zane pulled like 2 of them out of the tower with his like second skill on Brats, and then Ruby I'm offended him.
And the Hanabi.
But
it was a pretty good play.
Here we go. So the Hanabi is very, very good to deal with a lot of initial CC things.
A Hanabi,
like, Atlas or
the ninja,
or even the Tigreal. But one thing that she is not good at, that BTK could bring into the table, is the Kajip. Kaja paired up with the carry, perfect combination. Kaja with the Valentina, very, very solid early game that, you know, does, you know,
it's just when I talk, it goes in Dave's ear once and then out the other.
In the front, right? So a very, very
He's like blah 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 blah. What'd you say?
To pick that up. We love the Terizla pick here.
You said you do the same.
Hard to deal with, and now with the Hanabi that BTK has struggled in the past to deal with, it does shine a little bit of hope for the side of DA to be able to go through. But going against a Yuza, where it's dive heavy in the back,
it's all right. I'm in like 3 different discords right now.
Here, private for me, it's not convincing enough for a Hanabi to be warranted here. Where's the Natans? Where's the Claudes? Right? Like,
oh, you're getting like the live feed. I got you.
In answer to what you were saying, they go ahead and pick up the Kaja. It's the immediate answer for the Hanabi.
No wine today, Dave?
I will say, BTK, they struggled against the Hanabi, but I want to add
an
asterisk to that point, is they struggled against a Hanabi with Angela on the team. So you had a heart guard. If you know about Hanabi, Hanabi, when she has a shield, she's CC immune. And then plus you just have a shield on her, so she's going to be able to run amok. You combine that with Angela, who has a heart guard, Angela, who has a flask of
she looked at you with those eyes and was like,
and then Hanabi, who has the Aegis as well. You don't have a lot of those other options here with this.
Just an ice cream?
You have a lot of CC. You've got a lot of tanking and front line. But what I feel like Hanabi lacks that other marksmen sometimes shine in is a lot of the damage that they can bring in. That Hanabi,
a recall
you're really expecting her to be able to do a lot of damage for a long time because you're expecting that shield to last you. Where other marksmen, they do just a lot more damage in that time span. But
it's the last game of the night, chat.
I want to say Devious Activity fighting for their chances in the upper bracket here. This is game point for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Is BTK playing like a 4D chess here? Because, you know, the Kaja and the carry, perfect
BTK.
synergy, right? Shit. The Hanabi, you know, the side of DA, a lot of the drafts that they do, especially going up against BTK, it's just a little bit awkward, right? Common emblems for both the carry and the Kaja. Tank for the Fredrin, quite standard here for both of these teams. You know, not much out of the ordinary, quite standard. And, you know, once again, I feel like BTK's draft is quite good, but early pick.
Ooh. Yeah, you did see there. Cold World almost got caught there. A very nice little snipe coming in from Yato. Brought him down, but unfortunately, Devious Activity just not quick enough that time to be able to close the distance and find the kill.
Yeah, some early aggression with the Novaria.
Yeah, stronger with you, Roman.
I think that's good news for the side of DA, right? Like, if they're able to get some pickoffs early, some flickers traded here and there, it definitely shines a little bit of moment of greatness, and I think that's what Devious needs, right? A little bit better of an early game advantage sets them up a long way for the late game team fights, and heroes like the Hanabi definitely feels like it is required for you to go into that late game. And when you take a look at the roam matchups, right, the Minotaur and the Kaja, Minotaur traditionally is supposed to counter the Kaja, so I would say DA actually stands out ahead in terms of this matchup. It just depends on how they can execute this match.
No,
and immediately after dropping T very low, Black Dragon comes out. Kush finds himself a retribution. Moba Zane gets taken out. Joybox picking up the kill there. Cold World looking for escape on the side. Melon cuts off their escape, looking for a kill onto Nicolette, and Joybaj finds it for Devious Activity, and unanswered 2 deaths there for DA, and nothing that BTK can do in reply.
Yeah, team was 1 HP. This is what we're talking about, right? Some fight, some flare coming out from the side of DA, and their comp matches so well with what they are drafting up against, right? A little bit of a gold lead for their jungler, for their XP. Pretty much everyone overall has a little bit of close to like a 500 gold lead, right? The mage, the XP, and the jungler. So some good news, good trades for the side of DA. It definitely feels like in terms of their team fight, it's a little bit more convincing this time around, a little bit more.
I ain't gonna lie, Chad. I kind of want to dip.
They even got the Hanabi to come in.
I don't want this shit to go any further.
Right, so Devious Activity already with a much better start this time around.
Yeah, even though T actually got bursted really low, which allowed Mielo to come in with the Black Dragon, which meant that Devious Activity was a player down for that engagement and still able to find success with it.
Far,
that
right?
just speaks a lot about the momentum kind of going into this game. If they can kind of hold on to it, keep their rotations tight, make sure that when these objectives come, look at that, another little astral sphere there from Yato. It's going to find a mark onto 2 members of BTK.
And you know, this time around, before that,
yeah, Divine Judgment comes on. Joybosh gets a hammer down, getting hit with his own Minoan Fury, and then followed up with an Appraiser's Wrath. We find another kill off a screen for BTK. Yato getting dove under the tower. He is going to be able to find a flicker, gets away. Mobazane down to half health, but he's going to be able to chunk some gold off of this mid tower.
Yeah, even with Devious Activity able to get 3 kills quite early on, Mielo was able to pick up 1 kill for himself, and they do get a pick off onto the mid side, but they did waste a lot of the resources, right? No utilities available. Cold World does not have Divine Judgment, so most likely, even with the Minoan's Fury being set up by Joybosh, this should pretty much go uncontested for the side of DA, and it does. Now, the side of BTK, what's interesting here is that Mielo is on this Yuzong, and Mielo has to choose greatly here, right? Does he zone out the Navaria, go for a full send there, or does he target Melon, which is going to be a little bit more closer to the front line, but he has to get through things like the Joybosh, like the Terizla. So it's going to be a hard decision for Mielo to make, and I think that's what's going to make the difference here. If he's able to choose correctly and get the pickoffs that he's looking for. On the other hand, I think DA, they're relatively playing kind of a reactive game, right? They want BTK to kind of full send forward, get, you know, Cold World to flicker into a play that's disadvantaged towards him, have the counter set from Joybosh, and then the rest of the members kind of follow up. So DA, honestly, they have what it takes to be able to push through in this game, but a lot of the history has shown that DA, you know, they're just unable to kind of get a winning team fight early so far. They're able to do it in this game so far, but is it going to last long? I think that's the real question that DA has to figure out.
Look at Tito.
Nicolette very carefully in that pixel bush. We bring up the items, but I wanted to touch on the thing you were saying. I think the obvious answer is that the Black Dragon goes to zone out Yato. You have an answer in Cold World to possibly take down Melon on the other side. So if you use it, because if you use the Black Dragon to go for Melon, you're not only are you competing with the front line, but you're also competing with Melon, who's got an Aegis, who's going to have shield, who might not be trapped down with that Petrify and able to get away. So now you've wasted that ability, and you still have Yato bringing down suppressive fire from well outside your reach.
And you know what's crazy is that Nicolette, being the support player that she always kind of talks about, the support mage style, she builds up anti-heal first item on a mage, and typically when you go anti-heal first item, it's a 5% cooldown reduction. You do get the anti-heal, a little bit of health, a little bit of damage, but it's not significant. It doesn't give like 20% like a book does. It doesn't give you know, the extra burst damage.
Gonna be there faster. Joybosh took the long road.
Yeah, Detna's welcome cuts is on the Mielo. Kush still able to find himself a retribution, but is going to be taken down by Mielo. In comes Joybosh. Minoan Fury does not meet its mark, and they are latched on to Mielo. They answer back a death with another death, a kill of their own. Mobazane comes in with a bonk of his own, not able to find anything there, but still Yato finding some of these little snipes. I want to say that play coming out ahead still for Devious Activity right now.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade. The turtle does go to in favor of the side of Devious. They're still holding on to their lead barely, but it seems like BTK is content with just trading a 1-for-1, right? They know the carry can scale well in the late game, and even look at this trade, right? Basic was, you know, not doing so extremely well in terms of the laning phase. In terms of both of their hit range, I think Hanabi either slightly more or just around the same, but with the ability of the cleave, she's gonna do a little bit better in terms of some of the laning phases. So definitely Melon having a little bit better in terms of that lane.
Yo, Chuck, and Kaja hook Hanabi through her shield?
And I still think BTK is quite content with just going even in the early in the mid game and just gonna rely on some of the Divine Judgment flicker off cooldown to be able to deal with some of the damage. But Daytona's.
Yeah, they do kind of catch out Cold World and Nicolette on the backside. Mielo looking for an opportunity for the flank sandwich in between two BTK members. Big pop-up lands on the Kush. Out comes the Black Dragon. Mielo looking and flying through the air. Does not find an opportunity there, but I want to say Devious activity. The difference right now is that they're just a little slower than when BTK, like the last few games, when they had this advantage, they were really pressing into a lot of these objectives. We can see here in that last fight there, Kush did get dragged out. They were able to trade a kill for a kill. They find Mielo here, but ultimately that turtle goes over to the side of Devious activity.
Franco gets
and I do want to mention the last Black Dragon.
So
like, you know, it's a little bit out of position. They're looking for fights 20 seconds before the Lord even spawns. Now, both sides don't have utilities available. Like, you know, I feel like we got to be just a little bit more disciplined. Another ultimate wasted on the side of Kush. It's like we have to find fights that are just much more favorable in our position, or guaranteed, right? Like this Lord objective, if the side of BTK chooses to come in, they could find a fight that's potentially in their favor, and it does look like they're looking for it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to possibly get this Lord. Gets the Lord from the side. Basic coming in with a speedy light wheel, laying on the damage. Down goes Melon, now setting his sights onto Joybox, laying in more auto attacks. Not able to find it, but he is going to be able to find a kill on to T.
Another 3-for-0 advantage for the side of BTK. They sweep through this mid game. It's only 10 minutes in, but now BTK already with a substantial gold lead in their favor. And you talked about it, right? The gold lead that BTK had in the first two games, they just stepped the pedal on the gas and they never let go. But DA unable to convert any of their gold lead into a significant advantage, even in the towers. And now BTK has the lead. They have the Kaja, they have the carry. It scales quite well into the late game. The synergy is there. Paired up with the IMU, the peel is significant, and BTK is just holding on.
Chat had a mute.
But DA found them.
Yeah, you can see Mobazane coming in here. There
was a 5-man knockup by Nicolette.
Speedy light wheel from the back there, basically doing a ton of damage. Kush,
BTK is like just going ham right now.
He's not going to be able to get it. Big pop-up lands Joyboss with that Minoan Fury. That
dude, it was the $20 buff, bro.
He is going to be able to get away. But I want to say on that last Lord fight, it felt like the entirety of Devious activity got caught by the Lord stomp. They all got popped up. That allowed a huge ability for Mobazane to come in with the retribution, and just I want to say a huge mistake for Devious activity. And now that BTK has the advantage, they are just pressing their will.
It looked good. You know, the fight that they had it set up, it was like I'm telling you that Hobby was hitting it to it.
Yeah.
You know, even with that strategy,
you want that? Listen, Dave said it was Zane. All right, let me talk to him real fast.
Out of their tracks, and now Kush, you're getting picked off.
Ooh,
Dave, Milo really wants to do the interview.
Mobazane's bonk there. In comes the Black Dragon popping up.
Okay,
that might be all she wrote. Yato gonna have to use that flicker to get away. Divine Judgment lands
Dave said no go at Zane.
Be picked apart by the entirety of BTK.
Yeah, the Kaja pick to deal with the
you're the going to the interview.
Too good of a setup, you know. It was almost like DA was kind of dreaming that the Hobby could cheese and potentially work.
Tell him he's dead.
But, you know, the Kaja pick is just.
I wish we could just interview both of you. That'd be lit.
Onto the mid. I don't know if they could defend this.
Yeah, they're trying to. Unfortunately, that's going to be Joybaj down. Yato runs for the hills, and this is going to be BTK with the win, and they are going to be meeting Gaimin Gladiators for the upper bracket.
All right, I'll let him know. Hold
on. What was this?
Zane said he doesn't want to do it. He said you're a moocher.
And this time around,
he said do Milo.
BTK. A very convincing win. Again, for a lot of these championship contending teams,
I'll make him.
BTK and Gaming Gladiators, they're definitely
he said
why they are the top.
He said no. He said the questions were already made, so it has to be you.
By the side of BTK, but you know, honestly, DA in the last match, they did make some changes. They were able to get some advantage.
I sent you the link.
And they were able to kind of hold against BTK for quite a bit of some time. But, you know, just with the raw element, the Lord popping up 3-4.
Dude, that 5-man ult was insane.
Some unfortunate events added up together.
I think it was 5.
BTK has. And BTK, again, the team that with a small lead, they're going to be able to push advantage. Just holding on to the lead that they have. The IM, you have the carry, it scales quite well into the late game. The synergy
like
is
that
there.
Now,
Paired up with the IMU, right. The peel is significant.
When was the 5-man ult?
Holding on to the lead that they have. But DA found them.
Yeah, you can see Mobazane coming in here. Joybosh in trouble here, looking for an escape.
Significant to the late. Beat any of the gas. The gold lead
ready
with sweep.
I can hear you. Hold on, it's super loud.
Wasted on the side of.
Why are you lying, Juan? Should have ranked instead. Nah, yeah. I really thought today were gonna be closer. I didn't see this coming.
Oh, he's getting in there.
Push. It's like we have to find.
Did you see the 5-man set by Nicolette? What do you know what time it was?
Right, like this Lord objective. If the side of BTK chooses to come in, they can find a fight that's potentially in their favor, and it does look like they're looking for it.
It was what?
Yeah, they're going to be able to possibly get this. Mobazane gets the Lord in from the side. Basic coming in with a speedy light wheel, laying on the damage. Down goes Melon, now setting his sights onto Joybosh, laying in more auto attacks. Is not able to find it, but he is going to be able to find a kill on to T.
Nicolette bonk bonk.
Advantage for the side of BTK as they sweep through this mid game. It's only 10 minutes.
It was 9:28.
Favorable in our position are guaranteed, right? Like this
Lord Nicolette bonk bonk
to come in, they could
I see it
in their favor.
Here it is.
Like they're looking for it.
Yeah, they're gonna that
was all of them. That was all of them, chat.
And it does look like they're looking for it.
I seen it. It was the whole team. Yeah, that's crazy. Where the fuck the highlights go? I stole it. Everybody was talking about it.
HS and you are on it. You're able to just shred through anyone. Of course, highest damage dealt goes to him. Sandbags. Mobazane able to pick that up, and you know the
I've been partnering with my stream chat to like have them capture moments.
Both of these guys are kind of Kush, especially in the lead for the early game. You see what a successful draft does and how much pressure it alleviates, especially in that early game where Kush was missing all of his retries in the first 2 games here, able to find the first three retries. Against those turtles out retreeing Zane there. We take a look here at the damage dealt, swooping in.
It's tough to watch the games and then like think about times and then like look to the right and
the standard
hype times.
Mages right now, and you're absolutely correct. You hit the button. You hit the button on the nose with when it comes to how she likes to play. She plays a very utility mage. Gets that slow. Gets those utility items first to help out. She's not looking to do a lot of damage. She's looking to
Chat's
do
the MVP, bro.
To kind of facilitate a lot of those kills for the team, and does
an
excellent job at that.
I know you muted.
Woo, Liz, I know you got something you got against me, huh? Tell it to me now.
Yue, why don't you talk to us about it? Your confidence, what happened?
No, it's a great match coming out from DA. I think they have things.
He's getting interviewed.
That they have to go.
It's gonna be Zane.
And kind of get the plays, because quite honestly, BTK
Milo really wanted to play or to do the interview. I was ignoring Dez. Oh shit!
We saw basic.
I jumped into BTK's lobbying, dude. They were just going insane. I couldn't hear shit.
So I think DA this time, unfortunately, they couldn't.
Tell him I said sorry.
Here. Going back to the drawing board, coming up with some better strategies.
I had like 8 different sounds coming from like every different angle. The players were going fucking haywire.
My votes, I'm telling you right now, it's happening. It's happening tomorrow.
Is he not in there?
Okay. All right, guys. Tomorrow,
he jumped out of the VC.
On the watch for UA's predictions and how
he should be ready.
Successful he is.
Yeah. I sent him the link.
Now, you guys mentioned a lot during the match is that there's a huge difference with BTK.
Yeah, he agreed to it after I left. So
it seems like Coach Midnight is really doing.
Well, you should be in there.
God's work with BTK with the straps that they're going in.
All right, perfect.
Well, yeah, it's even to the little things like what we've seen little examples of it throughout the season, where when Gaming Gladiators used to just focus down on Zane, where they found it like the easiest thing, just focus Zane and then we'll just GG the rest. They're not able to do that anymore. They did that. They got hit up with Cold World on the Matilda. We're seeing that if you focus down on Zane, there's gonna be whatever pick he has. It's gonna be. I
could get Milo in the VC real fast for you, chat.
You're gonna have to come with more of an advanced game plan than that. And then what we're seeing here, I mean, the CC, it's almost, I want to say, the drafts. There's never a weak point. There's never been a time in BTK's draft where I'm just like, huh. Well, I mean, I guess that'll be all right. But it's always been like, yes, I understand where this is going. I understand what this is going to help with. And it's been a very sustained draft. And I want to say he's picked it up to a new level for BTK.
Yeah, no, I mean, even in just this
Milo
series,
muted his mic.
There's opportunity where BTK didn't have too much CC, and Midnight comes out with 2 solid pickups, right? They see the Hanabi, they prepared.
Was it the money buff?
What to counter it, and
it was the money buff.
Kaja is very, very good against Hanabi. I don't know if
I seen it. I seen it. I was like, I said it was the $20 buff. I was like, God damn.
Opportunity to do so. And I think it's quite beautiful that Midnight's able to come up with a strategy that allows BTK to shine convincingly.
Their coach came in like super late.
Exactly. And talking about Cold World, he did land that MVP. So Private Auto take us through his amazing plays.
Oh man, I'm actually in awe of Cold World. Like I said, he was actually questionable for me when he first started, because
that 5-man set was insane though. Really I had to re-roll back to watch it.
But talking with Midnight, especially yesterday during the round table, he said
the Niagara Falls
something that a lot
the
of
beautiful scenery
don't have, and that is game sense, and that's why he put him onto the
put you on a whole nother level.
Why he's been so
look at that MVP.
Oh wow! To the point where you can't really ban out a lot of his roams because he plays so many and he plays them so well. And you can see that from a lot of those there. He's just and especially being able to flex into that Kaja, the comfort that BTK has, where it's like, okay, we can just go ahead, throw Cold World in last, whatever it is, he'll be able to counter it, and we'll be able to pretty much go for the sweep against Devious activity.
Yeah, and it's also quite cool here that, you know, BTK always kind of had this center of attention spotlight towards MOBA Zane, and we've kind of brought it to the life where it's not just Zane's show anymore. It's not just Kobe's show anymore. It's all the players that are all being involved in this matchup. The spotlight is not only on him. You forgot, Cold World literally has a hero pool of so many things. Nicolette, a power player herself.
I tried to get the interview for Milo, but the questions were already prepped. So
you're worried about Zane, you're worried about Cole.
We like prep them beforehand.
And then you got Milo here with like an X-Borg or like a Paquito going full damage, or the Benedetta, or even the Uranus that got banned out this time around. There's so much focusing points on BTK's lineup. It's hard to find a strategy that just works completely well, and I think that's going to be the story about next week, to see how they actually match up and deal with each other.
I don't know, they're trying to scrim Bloodhounds now.
Next week, but today the spotlight is still on MOBA Zane because we have an interview with the king himself, Zane.
I was surprised you woke up when I called you.
Hey Zane, how you doing? They finally put me up with Zane. I've been getting Milo too much all this time.
The sacrifices.
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Feeling pretty good
now,
after that.
Good? After that victory. Very, very
was that for the kids?
In today. Definitely very good drafting as well as performance for all of your teammates as well.
Made you, gave you a buff, huh?
Good job.
Yeah,
you guys did super good.
Confidence to Midnight and his draft. When he comes in with a draft, do you guys just listen to him, or do you? Because he talked about you wanted to play that alpha last weekend.
Most of the time we will listen to him, but if we want to have fun, like we all suggest things, but usually what Midnight says is what we usually go with.
And that kind of offers you this like backbone support for your team, right? Now, on to some spicy questions. I know you pulled yourself out of that drama era, but the drama comes with you because this is NA. So first question is, your old teammate Yato said last week that you only know 3 heroes. What's the MOBA Zane's official response to that?
Good luck versus. Good luck in the lower bracket.
Good luck because we dropped you into the lower bracket. I love it. Now, we know all the players' cameras are in the same lobby before the games and during the game. So how is it seeing Baj and Yato again, though?
It feels. I mean, I don't really mind, you know, but it's. I don't know, like I still always talk to them, you know, like we're decently close. We have our own little group chat of the last MSC lineup that we used to play with, so we're still a little bit close. We still always talk.
And you still wish them the best, right? You're still really good friends, and what Yato said obviously is a friendly banter, is just trying to, you know, add some spice to our midst. And for next week's matches, if say in the lower bracket with Fiends versus DA, do you think DA is gonna come on top?
I think DA will win versus Fiends, yeah.
What about Area 77 versus Nighthawk?
Good luck in the lower bracket.
If Nighthawk if Nighthawk wins against Bloodhounds and does face Area 77,
I'm fucking dead.
I think Area 77 wins that.
Bruh.
All right, that's MOBA Zane's take on the matches next weekend. Now, everyone in the comments has, and I have been wondering as well, we haven't seen your stream lately. What's going on with that?
Oh.
I just wanted to take a bit of a break, you know, because ranked, a lot of the time when I play with this team, it always sends me West Coast, which I really dislike. I was actually planning to start streaming again, like, I think 2 days ago, I just streamed for the first time in like 3 weeks or something, so I plan to be coming back soon. Just been practicing and mostly just practicing and relaxing.
And that's showing in your performance. Definitely congratulations again for your second Savage of the season. It's getting clipped everywhere, and are we gonna see more of Alpha in the upcoming matches?
There's a good chance you do, yeah.
Well, guys, look out for that. Now, whoever wins next Saturday will be the first to confirm their ticket to Vegas. How confident are you that?
Damn, this is gonna be huge next.
I think all of us are extremely confident that we're gonna be going to the finals, but we're still trying to take each team, you know, very seriously. But at the end of the day, I'm 100% sure that we will be in the finals.
Well, I can't say on stream, but you know, we're also rooting for BTK going to the finals.
Let's go.
So thank you for joining us today. We look forward to seeing you streaming again, Zane, and all the best for next week's tournament.
All right, thank you.
Yo,
all right.
The amount of respect that Zane has for Midnight, it's turning a new leaf for North America, in my opinion. We never really had a lot of the respects for outside help, like
you did it.
Coaches,
you did it.
And you know, this time around, it definitely seems like BTK is relying on that. It's not necessarily relying, but it works well. Like 1 + 1 = like 3 or 4, and they're getting like exponentially good rewards and benefits and trust onto each other. And the way that he was talking about with Midnight, it's so beautiful. Like, you know, we will
good luck with the lower bracket.
Sometimes we want to have fun. He still makes the right call, and we respect it. And that was completely different from, let's say, like a M3 MOBA Zane. So props to that guy, man.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting because this question has come up since the beginning. Since
you just got off, Ritz? Dude, the games were...
North America needs a coach.
Like,
but then the subsequent question is, especially for a team like BTK.
But of course, I was watching BTK, so I was kind of happy.
That the team members will respect their opinion.
You missed the goofball? Everybody likes Zeke.
It took
the first game of Area 77 and GG was pretty good, but everything else was like blah. BTK just stomped DA.
To the point that where we're at right now,
it was a lot of good highlights and a lot of good sets that BTK did.
Is that just the respect he has? You know, we have a say. if there's some picks that we want to say that we want to play out there if we're having fun, but ultimately
hey, they were saying like Liz was hitting on Zane.
That's just an amount of trust to have in a coach.
Yeah,
That not even that he talks about, oh, you know, we kind of go back and forth about certain options. No, it's just what Midnight says.
I mean, if
goes,
you're attracting someone, I feel like that's
in the draft. It's just it's very interesting.
I feel like Riz is more of a direct approach though, like so it would be like equivalent to like hitting on someone, but like utilizing your good looks to hit on them.
That was going to doubt the type of success BTK was had, but the growth that we've seen from them in such a short amount of time, from the beginning of the season to where they are now, where I really think that they have kind of hit their
You said I started glazing? Bro, we've been putting in a lot of work, man.
It's all begun
and it's awesome to see like the outcome.
That's beautiful. I mean, coaches, that's why we have a coach. I mean,
the standings should be coming up here soon.
That's the coach's job, is to strategize, and then it's the players who performs with their mechanics.
Have you heard about mewing?
So it seems like for NA, we're not used to having a coach, and we'll see with BTK how strong a good coach
I'm like, what?
I mean, Midnight had to audition his way up from the different teams.
You're from Basic Stream? What's up? Love you.
And so excited to see how they
do. I like Liz. I think that's a boyfriend.
Before we get into what's going to happen next week with and tomorrow.
Say that again. Sorry, Liz is loud.
Look at today's matches.
I have not. Not tried mewing.
It's because Taylor Swift launched her album this week. Today's matches were unexpectedly Swifty. We heard the GOAT and expected Area 77 to
I've heard Mirko doing it. It's like when you like force your bottom jaw out and look like a Giga Chad.
Gladiators are also improving. And for DA versus BTK,
is it not?
Midnight adds the missing piece of the puzzle and has put up with all the amazing drafts, exactly what they need to land that victory, and they executed the draft perfectly.
I don't. My mouth doesn't move like that when I move my tongue though.
Now, for the upcoming matches tomorrow, what do you guys feel? Private, take us through what's going to happen with all the bracket runs.
Well, that was not the only chance for Area 77 in Devious activity, as they're going to be dropping down to round 2 to face the winners tomorrow. It's going to be Fiends taking on Legacy. Tomorrow
I've learned so many new words this year. It's been insane.
Taking on the Bloodhounds. The winners of those matches going to face Devious activity or Area 77. And unfortunately for these teams, I believe there's going to be 4 teams going home tomorrow. So the road ends for 4 teams tomorrow, and we continue on.
Oh, there's the standings. The manager of BTK. What happened to the previous manager? The team wanted just wanted a manager swap.
We've seen a lot of these teams grow throughout the regular season, especially in the round robins. A lot of the teams we root
I don't know like the ins and outs of what happened, but they wanted to change managers, and they said, yo, Aiko, do you want to manage us? And I said, yes.
Tomorrow is going to be quite the day, especially for a lot of these young teams.
I threw them off the cliff.
Yeah, I mean, this season it felt like we were really watching
what up, Waffles?
Pampering each team up. We're building like who we like, and then what part do we like about
how's it going?
Teams. Especially we have these interviews after every match, which makes us bond more with players. And then we start to feel like
it's going good. It's going good.
Like we're seeing them back and back every weekend, and we don't realize that tomorrow is when everything starts crashing. We go from 8 teams all the way from regular season into 2 weeks of playoffs, and then suddenly there's 4. So that's a huge change, and it's kind of
gonna be a lot of workload off of me.
Many of the viewers out there, because we're building all this emotion for the teams. We saw Fiends have their dark horse story. We saw Nighthorse.
I'm talking. Sherry's got all the winning teams.
Take a game from BTK, and tomorrow only 4 teams remain, and that's the beauty of the competition.
Yeah, an emotional road indeed. But that's how things happen here with the playoffs. We're gonna have to say goodbye to some of them. But tonight, I mean, the 2, I want to say 2 top teams at Gaimin.
You're cooking. Start muting, little bro.
BTK cementing themselves as 2 of the best in North America. I'm sure there weren't
Recess jawline, you're cooked.
I want to say a lot of people from the beginning, they've got a lot of fan base. They've been pretty dominant here in North America for multiple seasons as well. But I want to say renewed vigor in both of these teams. We saw the
tomorrow's games. Tomorrow's games are
something like just super fresh and new and just really precise with their gameplay.
So tomorrow we have
the faith. And
got Legacy versus Fiends.
The abilities in their draft when it comes to
Fiends. Bloodhounds versus the Night Horde. Bloodhounds. Area 77 versus who the fuck's Area 77 versus?
Help, and I think that makes North America a lot more competitive, makes it a lot more organized, and you know, we've evolved.
Oh, they're gonna be
we've gone from kind of like no coaches.
Oh shit, they face the loser.
Relying on coaches, having these strategies.
So tomorrow we're gonna see two teams actually playing. Tomorrow's gonna be pretty crazy because we're gonna have to call teams back.
Such a respectable community, and especially with this NACT coming through.
Or am I like reading this wrong?
Quite a wonderful event so far. Again, it's a little bit bittersweet. It's a little bit sad, making me want to shed a little bit tears, but still we have plenty of matches coming through.
Well, whether it's tears of joy or tears of sadness for tomorrow, any last words you want to say to the winning teams today, or
we'll find out.
Dropping to lower bracket tomorrow?
This is
M6.
the time to pull out all the stops. A lot of people are kind of monkeying around with a lot of those roster changes. Drafting has become a big thing here right now. We've seen what a lot of those outside the box kind of picks have. We saw how I want to say
it is a long day tomorrow.
Activity was here.
Well, we still doing our thing tonight, Ritz.
But I mean, right now, this is the last chance. We were talking about
when GG versus BTK next weekend.
Now tomorrow, losers are going home. So if there's something that
4 teams get knocked out of the NACT tomorrow.
Tomorrow is the day to really shine for it because it's your last chance.
Next Saturday,
yourself a seat in Vegas.
And you know, for me, I just want to let you guys know that the Masha was open every single game. The Natan also has been a great pick.
What the fuck? This dude's doing an analytic ending. You're gonna have dinner first without me?
Teams, in order for them to progress into the next level, they got to try a lot of different things. And
is it pizza?
It's already been proven overseas that these are significant winning compositions.
Rich guy, the carry.
Very unique, physical and magic heavy composition that's extremely hard to defend. And I think for North America to get onto that next level, that is the direction that we should be going, and we are, right? We are going into that direction. But once again, right, Masha, let open, guys, please. Masha and Natan, try it out.
Guys, listen to our coaches right here. I mean, well said, guys. You gave very critical advice to our players.
Why she got?
And I'm sure whoever's listening.
What's a carbo load? Is that where you're like just tons of carbs?
But that wraps up for the upper bracket series of week 2 for the playoffs. I'm so happy to be joined with these lovely people to cast this very
stream. See you later. I'll see you tomorrow.
For the fact that the other 3 have to be left with the
you should DoorDash some bubble tea.
Tomorrow's matches of people actually
for the evening.
But tomorrow,
I don't drink tea too much though.
As well as losers quarterfinals. And 4 teams, unfortunately, will end their spring season journey and hop on the train ride home. But that's
all right, chat.
How the
we're gonna call it a night. I gotta go to this NACT meeting.
And we wish
I actually will probably go live again, but I'm gonna actually try to reintroduce the vertical stream again because I want to try it out. We'll be going live, playing some matches tonight. So see you soon. See you.